14 Cows for America, in collaboration with Wilson Kameli Nyoma, Carmen Agradidi, illustrated by Thomas Gonzalez. The remote village waits for a story to be told. News travels slowly to this corner of Kenya. As Kameli nears his village, he watches a herd of bull giraffes cross the open grassland. He smiles. He has been away a long time. A girl sitting under a guava tree sees him first and cries out to the others. The children run to him with the speed and grace of cheetahs. He greets them with a gentle touch on the head, a warrior's blessing. The rest of the tribe soon surrounds Kameli. These are his people. These are the Maasai. Once they were feared warriors. Now they lived peaceably as nomadic cattle herders. They treat their cows as kindly as they do their children. They sing to them. They give them names. They shelter the young ones in their homes. Without the herd, the tribe might starve. To the Maasai, the cow is life. Supa! Hello! Kameli hears again and again. Everyone wants to greet him. His eyes find his mother across the Nkong, the ring of huts with their roofs of sun-baked dung. She spreads her arms and calls to him, Akua, welcome, my son. Kameli sighs. He is home. This is sweeter and sadder because he cannot stay. He must return to the faraway country where he is learning to be a doctor. He thinks of New York then. He remembers September. A child asks if he has brought any stories. Kameli nods. He has brought with him one story. It has burned a hole in his heart. But first he must speak with the elders. Later, in a tradition as old as the Maasai, the rest of the tribe gathers under an acacia tree to hear the story. There is a terrible stillness in the air as the tale unfolds. With growing disbelief, men, women, and children listen. Buildings so tall they can touch the sky? Fires so hot they can melt iron? Smoke and dust so thick they can block out the sun? The story ends. More than 3,000 souls are lost. A great silence falls over the Maasai. Kameli waits. He knows his people. They are fierce when provoked, but easily moved to kindness when they hear of suffering or injustice. At last, an elder speaks. He is shaken, but above all, he is sad. What can we do for these poor people? Nearby, a cow lows. Heads turn toward the herd. To the Maasai, Kameli says softly, the cow is life. Turning to the elders, Kameli offers his only cow, Enkarus. He asks for their blessing. They gave it gladly, but they want to offer something more. The tribe sends word to the United States Embassy in Nairobi. In response, the embassy sends a diplomat. His jeep jounces along the dusty, rugged roads. He is hot and tired. He thinks he is going to meet with the Maasai elders. He cannot be more wrong. As the jeep nears the edge of the village, the man sits up. Clearly, this is no ordinary diplomatic visit. This is a ceremony. Hundreds of Maasai greet the American in full tribal splendor. At the sight of the brilliant blood-red tunics and spectacular beaded collars, he can only marvel. It is a day of sacred ritual. Young warriors dance, leaping into the air like fish from a stream. Women sing mournful songs. Children fill their bellies with milk. Speeches are exchanged. And now it is time. Kimeli and his people gather on a sacred knoll far from the village. The only sound is the gentle chiming of cowbells. The elders chant a blessing in Ma as the Maasai people of Kenya present. 14 cows for America. Because there is no nation so powerful it cannot be wounded, nor a people so small they cannot offer mighty comfort. Kimeli, center with the Maasai elders, senior chief to the right, and an elder who is in charge of the warrior camps to the left. A note from Kimeli Nyoma. I am the Kimeli in this story. I grew up in a small village in Kenya. When I was a little boy, my mama said I was too gentle to be a fierce Maasai warrior. I fed little nestlings in the bush and rescued drowning ants from water puddles. I loved taking care of the cows that belonged to the elders. I felt a close bond with them. A Maasai boy is like one of the calves in the herd. He drinks milk from the cows and feels protected by the bull. My mama was too poor to own a cow. I dreamt of having one someday for my mama and me. It was my biggest dream. As a young boy, I spent much of my time with the grandpas and grandmas of my tribe. It was through them that I learned my tender warrior heart was not a bad thing. They taught me that the Maasai valued more than strength and boldness. Our ancestors also valued compassion and kindness toward anyone in need, the orphan, the widow, the stranger. To heal the pain in someone's heart, they told me, you give them something that is close to your own heart. When I was older, I won a scholarship to study in the United States. Many American moms and dads welcomed me to their homes as they would their own child. Like the Maasai elders in my village, these people showed me kindness by taking me in and helping me get an education. America became my second home. I was in New York City on September 11th, 2001. What happened that day was devastating. Many people were left without their mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters. Like countless others, I watched brave firefighters and police officers risk their own lives to save people. My warrior heart could not sit still in me. I wanted to do something to help. My childhood heart told me what to do. Offer a sacrifice in the way of my people. To heal a sorrowing heart, give something that is dear to your own. I had saved enough to fulfill my dream and buy a cow. I decided that the cow, a symbol of life to our people, would be my offering to the grieving Americans. But some pains are too big for one chest to carry. I would ask the elders in my village to bless the cow, to make it special so the gift might take away some of the sadness from the American hearts. I returned to Kenya the following spring and told the story of that tragic day in New York City. Hearing my story, seeing my tears, the ancient spirit of my people was stirred up. When I presented my gift for blessing, others offered up their own precious cows. 14 cows were blessed that day. It was a great moment in my village. We were helping to heal a people far away. When the American ambassador and his wife came to our village to accept the cows, the Star-Spangled Banner played over a loudspeaker during the ceremony. Although my people did not understand the song, they stood along with the Americans and placed their hands across their chests. Seeing hundreds of Maasai standing with him in respectful silence made the American diplomat cry. His tears caught the Maasai by surprise, and we were all swept up in the deep emotion of the moment. A connection between two cultures had been made. We felt we had taken some of America's pain into our Maasai hearts. These sacred healing cows can never be slaughtered. They remain in our care in Kenya under the guidance of the revered elder Mizi Olympoi. The original 14 have calved, and the herd now numbers over 35. They continue to be a symbol of hope from the Maasai to their brothers and sisters in America. The Maasai wish is that every time Americans hear this simple story of 14 cows, they will find a measure of comfort and peace. This special flag commemorating the gift of Maasai cows is on display in the U.S. Embassy in Kenya. The flag will be placed at the National September 11th Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center in New York City when the memorial opens. A Little Spot of Organization, written and illustrated by Diane Alber. Hi, we are Little Spots of Organization, and it looks like you need our help. We are going to show you some ways you can be organized. We would love for you to help us. I just don't know how this room got so messy. First, let's find some containers we can put things into. Then we can start sorting them into piles of toys, games, cars, and blocks. This is overwhelming. Where do we even start? When tackling a big project like this, it's good to break it into chunks. I separated this room into sections. This way it doesn't seem so overwhelming, and you can start with one section at a time. Another strategy is to play a song, and before it ends, have all the items in the section picked up and put back where they belong. Everything has a spot, and there is a spot for everything. Labeling color-coded bins is super helpful in sorting and finding what you are looking for quickly. To reduce clutter, it's helpful to create piles of things you want to keep, donate, or trash. I know donating toys can be hard, but you are really helping a child that doesn't have any toys. This is a really kind thing to do. After a birthday is a great time to donate toys. It gives you a chance to go through toys you have outgrown because you are now a year older. Do you remember when you were a baby and you used to play with this toy all the time? Should we give it to another baby? That's a great idea. See, when you focus on one task at a time, it makes organizing so much easier. Wow, that went really fast. Look how amazing this room looks. See? Everything has a spot, and there is a spot for everything. Did you know organizing actually grows your memory? It does this by training your brain to separate and categorize things. This can be used in reading. You have to keep track of many things at once while reading, like characters and plots, events, and details. Let's look at some other ways you can be organized. Creating a routine will not only help you remember to do things, like clean your room, it also helps you grow your responsibility spot and confidence spot. You can use magnets instead of drawing spots in the boxes. Make bed, take shower or bath, brush teeth, pick up toys, brush or comb your hair, turn off lights, homework. Creating a to-do list is a great way to organize what you need to achieve, and it also gives you a strategy for getting things done. Writing down notes helps you remember things you might forget. Just be sure to put the notes where you can see them easily. Library books, Valentine cards, cookies for party. Now, every time you see the note, it reminds you to accomplish that task. I just love spot stickers. If you use these multicolored spots to color code a calendar, it's easier to see what each family member has going on in any given day. Anna's pink, Ryan's orange, red is holidays and birthdays. When you have to write a story, it can be challenging to come up with an idea. You can organize your thoughts by creating a story map. You can also use this story map to help understand a story you are reading. This can help you remember important elements of the story. Setting, characters, beginning, middle, and end. Oh no! It looks like Scribble Spot needs some help organizing his emotions. If your emotions are feeling tangled, anxiety, anger, or sadness are probably nearby. The first step in organizing your emotions is to identify what emotion you are feeling so you can manage it. Look! Scribble Spot was able to identify what feeling he was having and guide it to his peaceful spot. Woohoo! All his emotions are organized now. Hopefully you were able to see how you can organize some aspects of your life, from cleaning your room to managing your emotions. I can't wait to see what you can organize next. Organizing worksheets are free for download at www.dianealber.com. Are you ready to play outside? By Mo Willems. Piggy! Gerald! Are you ready to play outside? Yes, yes, yes! We are going to do everything today. We are going to run. We are going to skip. We are going to jump. Nothing can stop us. Plink. Oh no! It is starting to rain. It is raining. It is pouring. It is really pouring. I have never seen so much rain in my life. I do not like rain. I am not a happy pig. Thank you, Gerald. But it is still raining. Grrr. How can anyone play outside with all this rain? Rain? Yay! Splash, splish, splash, splish, splash, splish. They are having fun. Maybe we can have fun too. We can try. Splash! This is great! Let's play! Run, 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 skip, skip, skip. Jump, jump, jump. I love rain. I hope it rains all day. Rats. Now I like rain, and now the rain has stopped. I am not a happy pig. Do not worry, Piggy. I have a plan. Rain! Elephants make the best friends. Can I Play Too? By Mo Willems. Piggy, let's play catch. Yes! I love playing catch with friends. I will throw. I will catch. Excuse me, can I play too? You do not want to play with me? No, we do want to play with you, but we are playing catch with our arms, so you do not have arms? I do not have arms. Ah! I know I do not have arms. I am a snake. You are a funny snake. But can a snake play catch? I do not know, but I can try. Cool! I will throw the ball. Try to catch it. Here comes the ball. Bonk. Sorry. It is okay. Let's try again. Okay. I will try again. Bonk. Now I will try. Bonk. This is not working. We need a new idea. Yes. Maybe we need more balls. More balls. More balls. Oh boy. Bonk, 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 bonk. Do we need even more balls? Maybe. Wait! We have tried, but I am a snake. A snake who cannot play catch. No! You are our friend. We will all play catch. How? She has an idea. Whee! I love playing catch with my friends. Clifford the Big Red Dog by Norman Bridwell. I'm Emily Elizabeth, and I have a dog. My dog is a big red dog. Other kids I know have dogs too. Some are big dogs, and some are red dogs. But I have the biggest, reddest dog on our street. This is my dog, Clifford. We have fun together. We play games. I throw a stick and he brings it back to me. He makes mistakes sometimes. We play hide and seek. I'm a good hide and seek player. I can find Clifford no matter where he hides. We play camping out, and I don't need a tent. He can do tricks too. He can sit up and beg. Oh, I know he's not perfect. He has some bad habits. He runs after cars. He catches some of them. He runs after cats too. We don't go to the zoo anymore. He digs up flowers. Clifford loves to chew shoes. It's not easy to keep Clifford. He eats and drinks a lot. His house was a problem too. But he's a very good watchdog. The bad boys don't come around anymore. One day I gave Clifford a bath. And I combed his hair and took him to the dog show. I'd like to say Clifford won first prize, but he didn't. I don't care. You can keep all your small dogs. You can keep all your black, white, brown, and spotted dogs. I'll keep Clifford. Wouldn't you? Curious George by H.A. Ray. This is George. He lived in Africa. He was a good little monkey and always very curious. One day, George saw a man. He had on a large yellow straw hat. The man saw George too. What a nice little monkey, he thought. I would like to take him home with me. He put his hat on the ground and, of course, George was curious. He came down from the tree to look at the large yellow hat. The hat had been on the man's head. George thought it would be nice to have it on his own head. He picked it up and put it on. The hat covered George's head. He couldn't see. The man picked him up quickly and popped him into a bag. George was caught. The man with the big yellow hat put George into a little boat, and a sailor rowed them both across the water to a big ship. George was sad, but he was still a little curious. On the big ship, things began to happen. The man took off the bag. George sat on a little stool, and the man said, "George, I am going to take you to a big zoo in a big city. You will like it there. Now run along and play, but don't get into trouble." George promised to be good, but it is easy for little monkeys to forget. On the deck, he found some seagulls. He wondered how they could fly. He was very curious. Finally, he had to try. It looked easy. But... oh, what happened? First this, and then this. Where is George? The sailors looked and looked. At last they saw him struggling in the water and almost all tired out. "Man overboard!" the sailors cried as they threw him a life belt. George caught it and held on. At last he was safe on board. After that, George was more careful to be a good monkey until, at last, the long trip was over. George said goodbye to the kind sailors, and he and the man with the yellow hat walked off the ship onto the shore and on into the city to the man's house. After a good meal and a good pipe, George felt very tired. He crawled into bed and fell asleep at once. The next morning, the man telephoned the zoo. George watched him. He was fascinated. Then the man went away. George was curious. He wanted to telephone too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What fun! Ding-a-ling-a-ling! George had telephoned the fire station. The firemen rushed to the telephone. "Hello? Hello?" they said, but there was no answer. Then they looked for the signal on the big map that showed where the telephone call had come from. They didn't know it was George. They thought it was a real fire. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" The firemen jumped onto the fire engines and onto the hook and ladders. Ding dong, ding dong, everyone out of the way! Hurry, hurry, hurry! The firemen rushed into the house. They opened the door. No fire! Only a naughty little monkey. "Oh, catch him! Catch him!" they cried. George tried to run away. He almost did, but he got caught in the telephone wire and... A thin fireman caught one arm and a fat fireman caught the other. "You fooled the fire department," they said. "We will have to shut you up where you can't do any more harm." They took him away and shut him in a prison. George wanted to get out. He climbed up to the window to try the bars. Just then, the watchman came in. He got on the wooden bed to catch George, but he was too big and heavy. The bed tipped up, the watchman fell over, and quick as lightning, George ran out through the open door. He hurried through the building and out onto the roof. And then he was lucky to be a monkey. Out he walked onto the telephone wires. Quickly and quietly over the guard's head, George walked away. He was free. Down in the street, outside the prison wall, stood a balloon man. A little girl bought a balloon for her brother. George watched. He was curious again. He felt he must have a bright red balloon. He reached over and tried to help himself, but instead of one balloon, the whole bunch broke loose. In an instant, the wind whisked them all away, and with them went George, holding tight with both hands. Up, up he sailed, higher and higher. The houses looked like toy houses, and the people like dolls. George was frightened. He held on very tight. At first, the wind blew in great gusts. Then it quieted. Finally, it stopped blowing altogether. George was very tired. Down, down he went, bump, onto the top of a traffic light. Everyone was surprised. The traffic got all mixed up. George didn't know what to do, and then he heard someone call, "George!" He looked down and saw his friend, the man with the big yellow hat. George was very happy. The man was happy too. George slid down the post, and the man with the big yellow hat put him under his arm. Then he paid the balloon man for all the balloons. And then George and the man climbed into the car, and at last away they went. To the zoo. What a nice place for George to live. Thomas and Friends, Day of the Diesels, a little golden book. Illustrated by Tommy Stubbs. One beautiful morning on the island of Sodor, Thomas and Percy were enjoying a ride in the country. Suddenly, they saw black smoke in the sky. They raced to find out what was the matter. An old farm shed was on fire. Percy and Thomas let firefighters take buckets of water from their tanks to put out the blaze, but it was slow work. Luckily, a new engine named Belle arrived. She shot water from 2 spouts on her tanks. The flames fizzled out. Back at the steamworks, everyone cheered for Belle. "Thank you," she peeped, "but I'm not a real fire engine. You need Flynn the fire engine. He's fast and fearless. He's a real hero. The next day, Thomas took Belle on a tour of the island of Sodor. They forgot to invite Percy. He felt left out and very alone. Diesel oiled up next to Percy. He invited Percy to visit the Diesel Works. "You'll be our special guest," he hissed. Steamies didn't usually go to the Diesel Works, but Percy wanted friends who had time for him. He wanted to be a special guest. Percy enjoyed his visit. All the Diesels were very friendly, but the building was dingy, old, and dirty. They didn't even have a crane. "You need a new Diesel Works," Percy said to Diesel 10. "I will ask Thomas to tell Sir Topham Hatt. He always listens to Thomas." Diesel 10 liked this idea. Percy raced back to the steamworks to tell Thomas about his adventure, but Thomas was too busy to listen. Flynn the fire engine had arrived, and Thomas was showing him around Sodor. That night, Percy saw something that really troubled him. Flynn was in Percy's berth at Tidmouth Sheds. Percy decided not to stay where he wasn't wanted. Percy puffed to the Diesel Works. He brought Kevin because he knew the Diesels didn't have a crane. "We'll both be needed at the Diesel Works," Percy peeped. The next morning, Percy told the Steamies where he had been all night. Everyone was amazed. Percy asked Thomas if he could help the Diesels get a new Diesel Works. They chugged off together to talk to Diesel 10. But Diesel 10 no longer wanted Thomas's help. "We're going to take over the steamworks," said Diesel 10. "We want you to lead us, Percy." Percy felt grander than Gordon. He and the Diesels rolled away, leaving behind a very angry Thomas. But when they reached the steamworks, the Diesels wouldn't listen to Percy. "The steamworks is ours," Diesel 10 roared, "and we're not giving it back." To make matters worse, Percy discovered that Thomas was being held prisoner at the Diesel Works. Percy hurried to help Thomas. As he screeched to a stop, sparks flew from his wheels. Some oily rags caught fire, and flames spread across the Diesel Works. Percy knew he needed Flynn's help. He found the bold red engine, and together they rushed back to the Diesel Works. Flynn put out the fire, while Percy saved Thomas. Percy and Thomas then raced to the steamworks to stop the Diesels. As they rolled along, they collected their friends: Belle, Edward, Henry, Gordon, James, Toby, and Emily. They all knew that friends are strongest when they stick together. The Diesels were surprised to see the Steamies, but they refused to leave the steamworks until Sir Topham Hatt arrived. He was very cross. "Diesel 10," he said sternly, "you have caused confusion and delay on my railway." "It was always my plan to build a new Diesel Works," Sir Topham Hatt explained, "but everything takes time. Now the Diesels and the Steamies must work together to build a new Diesel Works." Soon the new diesel works was finished. At the grand opening, the diesels beamed and the steamies peeped proudly. Everyone was happy, especially Percy and Thomas. They were best friends again. Dr. Seuss's ABC book. Big A, little a, what begins with A? Aunt Annie's alligator. A, A, A. Big B, little b, what begins with B? Barber, baby, bubbles, and a bumblebee. Big C, little c, what begins with C? Camel on the ceiling. C, C, C. Big D, little d, David Donald do, dreamed a dozen donuts and a duck dog too. A, B, C, D, E, E, E. Ear, egg, elephant. E, E, E. Big F, little f, 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 F. 4 fluffy feathers on a fiffer, feffer, feff. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Goat, girl, goo goo goggles, G, G, G. Big H, little h, hungry horse, hay. Hen in a hat, hooray, hooray. Big I, little I, I. Ichabod is itchy, so am I. Big J, little j, what begins with J? Jerry Jordan's jelly jar and jam begin that way. Big K, little k, kitten, kangaroo, kick a kettle, kite, and a king's kerchoo. Big L, little Lola Lop. Left leg, lazy lion, licks a lollipop. Big M, little m, many mumbling mice are making midnight music in the moonlight. Mighty nice. Big N, little n, what begins with those? 9 new neckties and a nightshirt and a nose. O is very useful. You use it when you say, Oscar's only ostrich oiled an orange owl today. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Painting pink pajamas, policeman in a pail, Peter Pepper's puppy, and now Papa's in the pail. Big Q, little q, what begins with Q? The quick queen of Quincy and her quacking quackaroo. Big R, Rosie Robin Ross. Rosie's going riding on her red rhinoceros. Big S, little s, silly Sammy Slick sipped 6 sodas and got sick, sick, sick. T, 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 T. What begins with T? 10 tired turtles on a tuttle, tuttle tree. Big U, little u. What begins with U? Uncle Ub's umbrella and his underwear too. Big V, little v. Vera Violet Vin is very, very, very awful on her violin. W, W, W. Willie Waterloo washes Warren Wiggins, who is washing Waldo Woo. X is very useful if your name is Nixie Knox. It also comes in handy spelling axe and extra fox. Big Y, little y, a yawning yellow yak. Young Yolanda Jorgensen is yelling on his back. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z. Big Z, little z. What begins with Z? I do. I am a zizzer zazzer zuzz, as you can plainly see. Elephants Cannot Dance by Mo Willems. Gerald! Let's dance! I can teach you. I am teaching all my friends. I would love to learn how to dance. But elephants cannot dance. You are kidding me. No. Look it up. Page 11. What Elephants Can Do by Anne Elephant. Gerald, it does not say that you cannot try. You are right, Piggy. I can try to dance. I will try to dance. Zip. Let's dance. Oof. Okay, let's go. Jump with me when I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Jump! Jump! You were a little late on the jump. I was a little late on the jump. We will try again. We will try again. Move your arms this way. We will try again. We will try again. Lift your leg this way. We will try again. We will try again. Up, up, down, down, spin, spin, stop, stop, forward, forward, backward, backward, wiggle waggle, wiggle waggle, robot walk, robot walk. Enough! I have tried and tried and tried and tried and tried. But I am an elephant, and elephants just cannot dance. Plop. Oh, Gerald. Hello. We are ready to learn some moves. I am sorry. I cannot teach you now. My friend is sad. Silly, we do not want you to teach us. We want to learn the elephant. Teach me, please. Me too. Me 3. More feeling. Keep trying. You are getting it. Groan, grr, grunt, grr, groan, grunt, grr. From the World of New York Times bestseller, Good Night, Construction Site. Construction Site, Farming Strong All Year Long by Sherry Dusky Rinker and Ag Ford. It's early spring. The day's begun as 6 tough trucks rise with the sun. They roll through mud and spots of snow and look down at a farm below. Big tractor revs and greets the crew. Vroom! And pickup truck says, hi there, too. Beep, beep. In spring, the farm's a busy place. There's work to do, no time to waste. A springtime washout cracked a road, so dozer fills it load by load. Then dump truck hauls debris away. The trucks are working hard today. To get the fields ready now, big tractor pulls a chisel plow. She churns the soil, rips up weeds, prepares the ground for planting seeds. Little tractor plants the crop. She rolls along as big seeds drop from her planter, row by row, and pretty soon the corn will grow. Little skid steers doing chores, fixing pens and clearing floors. The cows and horses supervise the little truck that's just their size. Chicks and chickens peck and peep, while a lamb and mother sheep are snuggled up and sound asleep. Summertime brings heat and sun, and lots of work needs to be done. Sunshine and care all season long help crops grow healthy, tall, and strong. A welcome rain shower passes through. The thirsty crops need water too. After hay and wheat are cut, the balers help to roll them up. Then the bales dry in the sun. They'll be hauled in when they're all done. Hay for food and straw for beds, so every creature's warm and fed. Excavator lifts loads of ground. Bulldozer pushes dirt around. Skid steer makes her auger spin when she revs and digs right in. As crane truck sets the posts and beams, dump truck hauls to help the team. Cement mixer churning wet concrete fills the post holes nice and neat, and then he rolls around to pour a smooth and sturdy concrete floor. Then skid steer puts in all the stalls. The cows come in as nighttime falls. The day's been filled with work and fun, and now the brand new barn is done. The days grow cooler, crops grow tall. Summertime has turned to fall. Here is Combine, strong and proud. She comes out rumbling, huge and loud. She rolls on hills and through the fields, harvesting what each row yields. Tractor pulls grain carts behind. She rolls with Combine all aligned. Auger lifts the grain up high, and tractor catches on the fly. On hilly highways, up and down, semi-trucks take grain to town. Pickup truck is everywhere, carrying things from here to there. He helps wherever there's a need, hauling tools or straw or feed. No job's too little or too big. Look, now he's carrying a pig. There's just one last crop to bring in. The pumpkin harvest can begin. Loader lifts, then pumpkins fly. For pumpkin carving, pumpkin pie, she harvests each and every one from dawn to dusk, and then she's done. Winter comes and strong winds blow. Bulldozer clears away the snow, and mighty crane truck is on site to fix the roof and seal it tight. Dump trucks hauling things away. Excavator brings in hay, and skid steers loading swift and sure. Her forklift holds the bale secure. The animals are safe and warm. The barn is snug against the storm. The year is coming to an end for all these strong, hard-working friends. A year of awesome work and play, of revving hard day after day, of tending animals with care, of crops to markets everywhere. Now off to rest with thoughts of thanks for good farm life and for full fuel tanks, for friends they have and work they do, for sunshine, rain, and crops that grew. all set for springtime days ahead. But now it's nighttime, time for bed. Good night, falling quilts of snow. Good night, cozy farm below. Good night, hardworking farming teams. It's been a good year. Now, shh, sweet dreams. Fireboat, The Heroic Adventures of the John J. Harvey, written by Myra Kalman. New York City, 1931. Amazing things were happening, big and small. The Empire State Building went up, up, up. Babe Ruth hit his 611th home run in Yankee Stadium. The tasty candy treat Snickers hit the stores. The George Washington Bridge was suspended elegantly across the mighty Hudson River. Champion Pendley Calling of Blarney won Best in Show at the Westminster Kennel Club. On a hot and jazzy night, the word hotcha was invented. Hotcha, hotcha. And on a sunny, fresh day, the John J. Harvey fireboat was launched. There were 12 fireboats in New York City. The Harvey was the largest, fastest, and shiniest fireboat of them all. It had 5 diesel engines, so it could go 20 miles per hour. That's pretty fast. 8 pipes that could shoot 16,000 gallons of water per minute, equal to 20 fire trucks. A control dial in the pilot's cabin. Many brass nozzles housed in the gold room. A very nice can to oil all squeaks. Ropes, called lines, and lots of levers, buttons, and buckets. There was a pilot and a crew ready in 2 minutes to fight the fires. They were a brave group. And there was a dog named Smokey, who did not put out the fires, but had many nice spots. The Harvey went up and down the river, fighting fires. It fought fires at the bustling piers. The piers were the places where ships and trains brought all manner of merchandise to be sold in the city, like wood and cotton and bananas and bubble gum and everything. It fought the fire of the great ocean liner Normandy. Sometimes the Harvey just went out to shoot water in celebration. Many years passed. A new captain had come on board, Bob Lenny. He and his crew fought many fires. But New York was changing. The Twin Towers were now the tallest buildings in New York City. The piers were closing. 1995. The city no longer needed so many fireboats. The Harvey was considered old and useless. It sat in the water for 5 years, waiting to be sold for scrap. And then, a very surprising thing happened. A group of friends were eating at a restaurant called Florent. They had heard about the fireboat and decided something. Let's save the Harvey. Let's buy her. Everyone needs a fireboat. We won't put out fires. We'll just have fun. And they did. They took it to Cadell's ship repair yard in Staten Island. Even there they said, "She is old. It will be hard to fix her." But the owners said, "Fix." So they fixed beautifully. They repaired the two propellers, making them new with a shiny coat of brass. Brass does not rust. They repaired the holes with steel plates and covered the places where the rivets wept. They scraped barnacles and seaweed off the hull and painted her with a shiny coat of red paint. And once again, the Harvey was on the water. Tim, the engineer, keeping things running smoothly. Huntley at the wheel. Jessica, the assistant engineer at the controls in the noisy engine room. Andrew, welding. Chase, helping. John, fixing. Tom, cooking. And Bob Lenny, watching over everyone and being very proud. They made friends with the only other fireboats on the river, the Firefighter and the McKean. Everyone said the Harvey is a nice old boat, but she could never be used to fight a fire. Never. Toot, 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 toot. A boat says hello with 4 toots. But then, on September 11th, 2001, something so huge and horrible happened that the whole world shook. It was 8:45 in the morning. Another beautiful and sunny day. 2 airplanes crashed into the Twin Towers. Crashed, crashed, crashed into these 2 strong buildings. The sky filled with fire and smoke. The buildings exploded and fell down to the ground. Many people were hurt. Many lives were lost. The news spread. The city had been attacked. Everyone was terrified. But people were brave. The entire city sprang into action. Firefighters and police officers and doctors and construction workers and teachers and cooks and children and parents. The mayor was strong. He said, "We will all work together. We will not be broken." What were the people of the Harvey doing when the planes hit? Bob Lenny was trimming hedges. Tom was drinking tea in his kitchen. Chase was walking his dog, Radar. Tim was reading the paper. Andrew was welding. Jessica was writing a story. Huntley was reading David Copperfield. John was working. The Harvey was snoozing at the pier. They all had one thought: get to the Harvey. And they did. They called the fire department. "John J. Harvey, ready to help. How can we help?" The answer came: "You can't help fight the fire, but you can ferry people to safety." But suddenly, an urgent message came loud and clear. "John J. Harvey, where are you? We need you. We need you." The water pipes were broken and buried, and the fire trucks that had raced to the scene could not pump water. The firefighters attached hoses to the Harvey. The Harvey fought the fires alongside the McKean and the Firefighter. For 4 days and nights, the Harvey pumped water. The crew took turns sleeping. People brought supplies, fuel, sweaters, gloves, pizza, sandwiches, and coffee. They worked and cried. They fought the fire until it was under control. Finally, it was time for the Harvey to go home. Everyone on the boat had never seen anything so terrible, and they had never felt so proud. The Harvey was a hero, and everyone knew it. The Harvey won an important award. National Preservation Award, John J. Harvey, for capping a distinguished career of service by coming out of retirement to provide invaluable aid in New York City's hour of need, October 18th, 2001. At the ceremony, the audience cheered, and some even cried. Now, the Twin Towers are gone. Something new will be built. The heroes who died will be remembered forever. The Harvey is back to being a very happy boat, not scrapped, not useless, not forgotten. A proud and plucky friend, and all that's left to say is Hatcha and thank you. Wait a minute, there is something more to say. The friends of the Harvey have found a little tugboat to adopt. Doesn't everyone need a tugboat? Fly Guy versus the Fly Swatter by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy, and Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz. Chapter 1. One day, Fly Guy was eating breakfast in Buzz's backpack. Yumsy. Buzz grabbed his backpack and went to school. At school, Fly Guy flew out. Surprise! Then the teacher said, "We are going on a field trip to tour a factory." Buzz said, "Fly Guy, you can ride in my pocket." The class rode the bus to the factory. They arrived at the factory, the fantastic Fly Swatter factory. Bad news! Chapter 2. A tour guide led the class inside. Buzz said, "Fly Guy, stay down in my pocket." The tour guide said, "Here is our Fly Swatter Museum." First Fly Swatter. Fly Ball Swatter. Caveman Fly Swatter. Royal Fly Swatter. Digital Eye Swatter. "Here is where we make the fly swatters," she said. "You may each have one." "Now," said the guide, "here is Fred, the fly, to tell you more." Fly Guy peeked out. "Boys and girls," said Fred, "we know flies play in slime." Fly Guy nodded. "Flies eat garbage." Fly Guy smiled. "Flies are nasty." Fly Guy got mad. "That's why, boys and girls," Fred the Fly shouted, "we need the Fly Swatter of the future, the Super Swatter 6000. Chapter 3. "Now let's see what the Super Swatter can do," said Fred. "Bring out the fly." The tour guide brought out a tiny fly in a jar. "Release the fly!" yelled Fred. "Fly alert!" The super swatter started swatting. Whap, 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 whap. Fly Guy cried, "Buzz!" Fly Guy flew to the little fly. The super swatter kept swatting. Fly alert, whap, 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 whap. Fly Guy took the fly to an open window. The super swatter kept swatting. Whap, 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 whap. Fly Guy flew past Fred the Fly. The super swatter kept swatting. Whap, 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 whap. Fly Guy flew past the fly swatter machines. The super swatter kept swatting. "Stop! Stop!" yelled Fred. "Everyone out! No more factory tours ever!" Whap, 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 whap. Back at school, the class made an art project. Everyone agreed. Best field trip ever. Fly Guy's Big Family by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz! Chapter 1. Buzz wanted to play. He looked for Fly Guy. "There you are," said Buzz. "What are you doing?" "Muzzer Fazzer." "Oh, you are drawing pictures of your family?" said Buzz. "Yes." "I bet you miss them," said Buzz. "I do," said Fly Guy. Buzz had a plan. He secretly made little signs with pictures of Fly Guy. "Surprise party for Fly Guy, family only. Right now, 345 Maple Street." He put signs up around his neighborhood. Buzz made a special phone call. Then he waited at the front door. Chapter 2. A fly flew up to Buzz. "Who are you?" said Buzz. "'Cause..." "You're Fly Guy's cousin?" asked Buzz. "Yes," said the fly. "Cool," said Buzz. "Come in." The fly looked worried. "Swatters?" "No fly swatters," said Buzz. "It is safe here." Fly Guy's cousin turned and called out, "Okay!" Thousands of flies came out from hiding. They all flew into the house. "Wow," said Buzz. "Flies have big families." Outside his bedroom, Buzz said, "Shh." He opened the door and said, "Fly Guy, it's time for dinner." Fly Guy flew out. "Surprise!" Fly Guy was very surprised. "'Cause..." He hugged his cousin. "'Cause..." He hugged another cousin. "'Cause..." He hugged another cousin. "Brother, sister, brother, sister, brother, sister, auntie, unks, mother, father." Chapter 3. After Fly Guy hugged his whole family, Buzz said, "It really is time for dinner. Everyone follow me. Buzz, Fly Guy, and all the flies came to the table. Mom and Dad were surprised. "What are we going to do with all these flies?" cried Dad. "Don't worry," said Buzz. "They are Fly Guy's family, and I made a plan." Buzz opened the window. "Time to party!" Outside, a truck dumped garbage in the yard and drove away. Fly Guy and his family flew outside. They had a party in the garbage. Fly Guy's mom and dad brought something for him to see. Mees! Wuzzle, wuzzle! Wuzzle, wuzzle! After everyone went home, Buzz said, "Great party! Were you surprised?" "Yes!" "Here," said Buzz, "is another little surprise. Your drawings." "Muzzer! Fuzzer! Thanks, Buzz!" Fly High, Fly Guy by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz! Chapter 1. One day, Buzz said, "It's time to take a road trip." Fly Guy wanted to go too. "He's too little," said Mom. "He might get lost." "Sorry," said Dad. "Fly Guy stays home." He shut the trunk. "Okay, let's hit the road." The family drove and drove. They stopped for a picnic. Mom opened the trunk. Fly Guy flew out. Dad said, "How did he get in there?" "Just don't lose him," said Mom and Dad. "Now let's eat." Chapter 2. They drove to the beach. Then it was time to go. Mom and Dad said, "Is Fly Guy lost?" "No," said Buzz. "Here he is. Buzz!" They drove to the art museum. Then it was time to go. Mom and Dad said, "Is Fly Guy lost?" "No," said Buzz. "Here he is." They drove to the fun park. Then it was time to go. Mom and Dad said, "Is Fly Guy lost?" "No," said Buzz. "Here he is." Chapter 3. It's time to go home, said Mom. "Let's hit the road," said Dad. They drove and 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 drove. But they did not get home. "We're lost," said Mom and Dad. Buzz and Fly Guy had an idea. Buzz said, "Fly high, Fly Guy." Fly Guy flew high into the sky. He used his super fly eyes to spy their house. Fly Guy led the way home. "Thank you, Fly Guy," said Mom and Dad. "You saved the day. Yay, Fly Guy!" Green is for Christmas by Drew Daywalt and Oliver Jeffers. Green is for Christmas. Green is for holly. Ahem. Red is for Christmas. Red is for candy canes, even old ones. Green is for fir trees. Red is for Santa Claus. Darn right it is. Listen, you guys, I'm invisible all year long, so you're not taking this one away from me. Hello, snowflakes, snowmen, marshmallows. White is for Christmas. Hello, I'm kind of a big deal on the Christmas tree. Silver is for Christmas. What's Christmas without silver bells? You just tried jingling without me. I'm not sure why I'm here, but yeah, what he said. What about cookies and reindeer? Brown is for Christmas. I'm more burnt sienna, but that's cool. Huh? You can't have Christmas without any of us. Nice hat. Especially green. Thomas and Friends, Hero of the Rails. Illustrated by Tommy Stubbs. Created by Britt Allcroft. Thomas was enjoying a quiet summer day until Spencer raced by with a whoosh. Spencer was visiting Sodor to help build a summer house for the Duke and Duchess of Boxford. Spencer thought he was better and faster than all the other engines, so Thomas challenged him to a race. Ready, set, go! Thomas and Spencer sped along the rails and raced around Sodor. Up and down hills, faster and faster they went. Suddenly, Thomas's brakes broke. He crashed through some bushes and made an incredible discovery. Thomas found an old engine in need of repair. The engine's name was Hero, and he had come from a distant island a long time ago. Hero was once called the master of the railway. Hero was afraid he'd be sent to the scrapyard because he wasn't really useful anymore. Thomas promised to repair him in secret and make him good as new. Thomas found some spare parts at the bustling Sodor steamworks. These will help Hero, he peeped excitedly. But as he was on his way to visit Hero, Thomas learned something terrible. The Duke and Duchess of Boxford's summer house is right next to Hero's hiding place, Thomas peeped. Spencer will be here every day. Thomas knew he would have to be careful, or Spencer would discover Hero. Just then, Spencer steamed around the bend. "I think you're up to something sneaky," he puffed. Thomas didn't answer. He just chuffed away nervously. Thomas couldn't do his work and repair Hero on his own. He needed help. So he went to Percy and told him everything. "Of course I'll help," Percy peeped. What can I do?" So Percy hid his mail cars and helped Thomas with his work. But the loads were too heavy for Percy. He soon popped a valve and needed to be repaired at the steamworks. Sir Topham Hatt was very cross that Percy was doing Thomas's work. Thomas didn't tell Sir Topham Hatt about Hero, but he did tell the other engines because he knew he needed their help too. Spencer wanted to know Thomas's secret, so he followed him everywhere. Thomas made sure to lead Spencer as far from Hero as possible. He even went out to the quarry where Spencer had a dusty accident. Meanwhile, all the other engines helped Hero. They were amazed by his stories about his distant home. Hero liked his new friends, but he missed his old friends. A few days later, Hero was almost as good as new. He just needed Percy to bring one last part. But while Hero and Thomas waited, Spencer huffed along the track. "I knew you were up to something sneaky," Spencer puffed. Hero tried to race away, but without his last part, he sputtered to a stop. As Spencer chuffed off, he laughed and said he would tell Sir Topham Hatt that the pile of scrap metal was ready for the smelting yard. Thomas knew he had to get to Sir Topham Hatt first. He and Spencer roared through the tunnels and rushed around bends. It was the race of their lives. Spencer was too heavy for the old track that crossed the marsh. With a creak and a crash, he splashed into the water. Thomas sped to Knapford Station and told Sir Topham Hatt everything. "You have found the master of the railway? We must help Hero at once," Sir Topham Hatt exclaimed. After a visit to the Sodor steamworks, Hero was as good as new. Thomas and Percy couldn't believe their eyes. They blew their whistles happily. Later, Rocky, Thomas, and Hero pulled Spencer from the mud, but only Hero was mighty enough to pull Spencer all the way back to the steamworks. Spencer said he was sorry for being so mean to everyone. Spencer, Thomas, and Hero finished the Duke and Duchess's summer house together. Hero liked his friends on Sodor, but he was still feeling very homesick. Thomas knew Sir Topham Hatt could help. It was time for Hero to go home. All the engines gathered at Brendam Docks to say goodbye to their friend, the master of the railway. Horton Hears a Who by Dr. Seuss. On the 15th of May, in the jungle of Newell, in the heat of the day, in the cool of the pool, he was splashing, enjoying the jungle's great joys, when Horton, the elephant, heard a small noise. So Horton stopped splashing. He looked toward the sound. "That's funny," thought Horton. "There's no one around." Then he heard it again. just a very faint yelp, as if some tiny person were calling for help. "I'll help you," said Horton. "But who are you? Where?" He looked and he looked. He could see nothing there but a small speck of dust blowing past through the air. "I say," murmured Horton, "I've never heard tell of a small speck of dust that is able to yell. So you know what I think? Why, I think that there must be someone on top of that small speck of dust, some sort of creature of very small size, too small to be seen by an elephant's eyes. Some poor little person who's shaking with fear that he'll blow in the pool. He has no way to steer. I'll just have to save him, because after all, a person's a person, no matter how small." So, gently, and using the greatest of care, the elephant stretched his great trunk through the air, and he lifted the dust speck and carried it over and placed it down safe on a very soft clover. "Humph!" humped a voice. "'Twas a sour kangaroo." And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, "Humph!" too. "Why, that speck is as small as a head of a pin. A person on that? Why, there never has been." "Believe me," said Horton, "I tell you sincerely, my ears are quite keen, and I heard him quite clearly. I know there's a person down there, and what's more, quite likely there's two, even three, even four. Quite likely a family, for all that we know, a family with children just starting to grow. So please," Horton said, "as a favor to me, try not to disturb them. Just please let them be." "I think you're a fool," laughed the sour kangaroo. And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, "Me too." "You're the biggest blamed fool in the jungle of Newell." And the kangaroos plunged in the cool of the pool. "What terrible splashing!" The elephant frowned. "I can't let my very small persons get drowned. I've got to protect them. I'm bigger than they." So he plucked up the clover and hustled away. Through the high jungle treetops, the news quickly spread. "He talks to a dust speck. He's out of his head. Just look at him walk with that speck on that flower." And Horton walked, worrying, almost an hour. "Should I put this speck down?" Horton thought with alarm. "If I do, these small persons may come to great harm. I can't put it down, and I won't. After all, a person's a person, no matter how small." Then Horton stopped walking. The speck voice was talking. The voice was so faint he could just barely hear it. "Speak up, please," said Horton. He put his ear near it. "My friend," came the voice, "you're a very fine friend. You've helped all us folks on this dust speck no end. You've saved all our houses, our ceilings and floors. You've saved all our churches and grocery stores." You mean? Horton gasped. You have buildings there too? Oh, yes, piped the voice. We most certainly do. I know, called the voice. I'm too small to be seen, but I'm mayor of a town that is friendly and clean. Our buildings to you would seem terribly small, but to us who aren't big, they are wonderfully tall. My town is called Whoville, for I am a Who, and we Whos are all thankful and grateful for you. And Horton called back to the mayor of the town, You're safe now. Don't worry. I won't let you down. But just as he spoke to the mayor of the speck, 3 big jungle monkeys climbed up Horton's neck. The Wickersham brothers came shouting, What rot! This elephant's talking to Whos who are not. There aren't any Whos, and they don't have a mayor, and we're going to stop all this nonsense. So there. They snatched Horton's clover. They carried it off to a black-bottomed eagle named Vladikoff, a mighty strong eagle of very swift wing, and they said, Will you kindly get rid of this thing? And before the poor elephant even could speak, that eagle flew off with the flower in his beak. All that late afternoon and far into the night, that black-bottomed bird flapped his wings in fast flight, while Horton chased after with groans over stones that tattered his toenails and battered his bones, and begged, Please don't harm all my little folks who have as much right to live as us bigger folks do. But far, far beyond him, that eagle kept flapping, and over his shoulder called back, Quit your yapping! I'll fly the night through. I'm a bird, I don't mind, and I'll hide this tomorrow where you'll never find it. And at 6:56 the next morning he did it. It sure was a terrible place that he hid it. He let that small clover drop somewhere inside of a great patch of clovers 100 miles wide. Find that, sneered the bird, but I think you will fail. And he left with a flip of his black-bottomed tail. I'll find it, cried Horton. I'll find it or bust. I shall find my friends on my small speck of dust. And clover by clover by clover with care, he picked up and searched them and called, Are you there? But clover by clover by clover he found that the one that he sought for was just not around. And by noon poor old Horton, more dead than alive, had picked, searched, and piled up 9,005. Then, on through the afternoon, hour after hour, till he found them at last on the 3,000,000th flower. My friends, cried the elephant, tell me, do tell, are you safe? Are you sound? Are you whole? Are you well? From down on the speck came the voice of the mayor. We've really had trouble, much more than our share. When that black-bottomed birdie let go and we dropped, we landed so hard that our clocks have all stopped. Our teapots are broken, our rocking chairs smashed, and our bicycle tires all blew up when we crashed. So Horton, please, pleaded that voice of the mayor's, will you stick by us who's while we make our repairs? Of course, Horton answered. Of course I will stick. I'll stick by you small folks through thin and through thick. Humped a voice. For almost 2 days you've run wild and insisted on chatting with persons who've never existed. Such carryings on in our peaceable jungle, we've had quite enough of your bellowing bungle, and I'm here to state, snapped the big kangaroo, that your silly, nonsensical game is all through. And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, Me too. With the help of the Wickersham brothers and dozens of Wickersham uncles and Wickersham cousins and Wickersham in-laws, whose help I've engaged, you're going to be roped and you're going to be caged. And as for your dust speck, ha! That we shall boil in a hot steaming kettle of bezelnut oil. Boil it! Gasped Horton. Oh, that you can't do. It's all full of persons. They'll prove it to you. Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor, Horton called. Mr. Mayor, you've got to prove now that you really are there. So call a big meeting, get everyone out. Make every who holler, make every who shout, make every who scream. If you don't, every who is going to end up in a bezelnut stew. And down on the dust speck, the scared little mayor quick called a big meeting in Whoville Town Square. And his people cried loudly. They cried out in fear, We are here! We are here! We are here! We are here! The elephant smiled. That was clear as a bell. You kangaroos surely heard that very well. All I heard, snapped the big kangaroo, was the breeze and the faint sound of wind through the far distant trees. I heard no small voices, and you didn't either. And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, Me neither. Grab him, they shouted, and cage the big dope. Lasso his stomach with 10 miles of rope. Tie the knots tight so he'll never shake loose. Then dunk that dumb speck in the bezelnut juice. Horton fought back with great vigor and vim, but the Wickersham gang was too many for him. They beat him, they mauled him, they started to haul him into his cage, but he managed to call to the mayor, Don't give up! I believe in you all. A person's a person, no matter how small. And you very small persons will not have to die if you make yourselves heard. So come on now and try. The mayor grabbed a tom-tom. He started to smack it. And all over Whoville they whooped up a racket. They rattled tin kettles, they beat on brass pans, on garbage pail tops and old cranberry cans. They blew on bazookas and blasted great toots, on clarinets, oompas and boompas and flutes. Great gusts of loud racket rang high through the air. They rattled and shook the whole sky. And the mayor called up through the howling mad hullabaloo, Hey Horton, how's this? Is our sound coming through? And Horton called back, I can hear you just fine, but the kangaroo's ears are as strong, quite as mine. They don't hear a thing. Are you sure all your boys are doing their best? Are they all making noise? Are you sure every who down in Whoville is working? Quick, look through your town. Is there anyone shirking? Through the town rushed the mare, from east to the west, but everyone seemed to be doing his best. Everyone seemed to be yapping or yipping. Everyone seemed to be beeping or bipping. But it wasn't enough. All this ruckus and roar, he had to find someone to help make more. He raced through each building. He searched floor to floor. And just as he felt he was getting nowhere and almost about to give up in despair, he suddenly burst through a door, and that mare discovered one shirker, quite hidden away in the Fairfax Apartments, apartment 12J. A very small shirker named Jojo was standing, just standing, and bouncing a yo-yo, not making a sound, not a yip, not a chirp. And the mare rushed inside, and he grabbed the young twerp. And he climbed with the lad up the Eiffelberg Tower. "This," cried the mare, "is your town's darkest hour, the time for all who's who have blood that is red to come to the aid of their country," he said. "We've got to make noises in greater amounts, so open your mouth, lad, for every voice counts." Thus he spoke as he climbed. When they got to the top, the lad cleared his throat and he shouted, "Yop!" And that yop, that one small extra yop, put it over. Finally, at last, from that speck on that clover, their voices were heard. They rang out clear and clean, and the elephant smiled. "Do you see what I mean? They've proved they are persons, no matter how small, and their whole world was saved by the smallest of all." "How true! Yes, how true," said the big kangaroo. "And from now on, you know what I'm planning to do? From now on, I'm going to protect them with you." And the young kangaroo in her pouch said, "Me too. From sun in the summer, from rain when it's fallish, I'm going to protect them no matter how smallish." I Am Going by Mo Willems. This is a good day. Just like yesterday. Yes, yesterday was a good day too. Well, I am going. You are going? You are going away? Yes. You cannot go. You must not go. I will not let you go. Pop. I am going. Piggy! What about me? Who will I skip with? will I play ping pong with? Who will I wear a silly hat with? Who will I skip and play ping pong in a silly hat with? I am sorry, Gerald, but I am going. Fine. Then I will go too. Watch me go. I am going. Look at me go. Have fun. Wait! Go later. Go tomorrow. Go next week. Go next month. Go next year. I am going now. Now? Why, Piggy? Why, 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 why? Why? It is lunchtime, Gerald. Lunchtime? I am going to eat lunch. You are going to eat lunch? Yes. Oh. Piggy? Yes, Gerald. Is it a big lunch? This is a good day. Just like yesterday. I Can Read with My Eyes Shut by Dr. Seuss. I can read in red. I can read in blue. I can read in pickle color too. I can read in bed and in purple and in brown. I can read in a circle and upside down. I can read with my left eye. I can read with my right. I can read Mississippi with my eyes shut tight. Mississippi, Indianapolis, and Hallelujah too. I can read them with my eyes shut. That is very hard to do. But it's bad for my hat and makes my eyebrows get red hot. So, reading with my eyes shut, I don't do an awful lot. And when I keep them open, I can read with much more speed. You have to be a speedy reader, 'cause there's so much to read. You can read about trees and bees and knees on trees and bees on threes. You can read about anchors and all about ants. You can read about ankles and crocodile pants. You can read about hoses and how to smell roses and what you should do about owls on noses. Young cat, if you keep your eyes open enough, Oh, the stuff you will learn, the most wonderful stuff. You'll learn about fish bones and wishbones. You'll learn about trombones too. You'll learn about Jake the pillow snake and all about Foo-Foo the snoo. You can learn about ice. You can learn about mice. Mice on ice and ice on mice. You can learn about the price of ice. Nice ice for sale, 10 cents a pail. You can learn about sad and glad and mad. There are so many things you can learn about, but you'll miss the best things if you keep your eyes shut. The more that you read, the more things you will know. The more that you learn, the more places you'll go. You might learn a way to earn a few dollars, or how to make donuts, or kangaroo collars. You can learn to read music and play a hut-zut if you keep your eyes open, but not with them shut. If you read with your eyes shut, you're likely to find that the place where you're going is far, far behind. So, that's why I tell you to keep your eyes wide. Keep them wide open, at least on one side. Thomas and Friends, Journey Beyond Sodor, the movie. Based on the original script by Andrew Brenner, illustrated by Tommy Stubbs. It was a glorious day on the island of Sodor as Henry rolled into Vickerstown on his way to the mainland. Suddenly, a signal failed. Screech! Henry tried to brake, but he crashed into another goods train. Henry had to go to the steamworks for repairs. Sir Topham Hatt decided that James would take Henry's cars. James puffed with pride to be going to the mainland. That's a great job. What an adventure! Thomas wasn't pleased. James always got the best jobs, and the red engine said he was Sir Topham Hatt's favorite. Then an idea flew into Thomas's funnel. Early the next morning, Thomas went to the Vickerstown goods yard, and he collected James's trucks. Soon he was on the bridge to the mainland. He was excited, but also a little nervous. He didn't know how to find his destination, the Bridlington goods yard. On the mainland, Thomas met a crane named Beresford. "Who goes there?" Beresford asked. "I'm Thomas," the blue engine peeped. Thomas asked for directions to the goods yard, but Beresford couldn't help him. He'd never been there. He could only go up and down a small section of track and spin around. He was a very curious crane indeed. Thomas quickly steamed away. Later, Thomas rolled into a lonely engine yard filled with old machine parts. "Hi-de-hi! Pleased to meet you," tooted an engine named Lexi. A shy engine named Theo rolled up alongside her. Thomas had never seen engines like these. He asked what kind they were. "We're experimental," Theo peeped. "It means we're different," tooted Lexi. "Test models, trial and error." Lexi and Theo had another friend named Merlin, but Thomas didn't see him anywhere. "You won't see Merlin," Lexi peeped with a chuckle. "He's a stealth engine, designed to be hard to see, out of sight, invisible." "Merlin can make himself invisible?" Thomas gasped. Lexi laughed again. "Let's just say he's always disappearing." With fresh coal in his hopper and a tank full of water, Thomas set off once more. It wasn't long before he rounded a bend and saw an amazing sight: a giant steelworks. "I have a feeling we're not on Sodor anymore," said one of the troublesome trucks. As Thomas steamed into the steelworks, two huge engines rolled up. One was a big tank engine named Hurricane. The other was a diesel shunter named Frankie. Thomas asked if the engines knew how to get to Bridlington. "Of course," said Frankie, "but you mustn't worry about going to the goods yard tonight. Uncouple those cars." "We'll look after them for you," boomed Hurricane. Thomas released his trucks and went to tour the steelworks. Everything glowed and sizzled as molten steel was poured into molds. Special machines and cars whizzed around him. "This is the hottest place in town," Hurricane and Frankie tooted. When the tour was over, Thomas settled into a comfy shed for a much-needed rest. The next day, long before dawn, Frankie and Hurricane woke Thomas. They'd already taken his cars to Bridlington. "If my cars have been delivered, I need to head back to Sodor," Thomas peeped sleepily. "But we helped you, little tank engine," Frankie tooted. "Surely you don't mind helping us in return." Thomas agreed and spent the day shunting ladle trucks and transporting waste from the furnace. It was hot and dangerous work. He couldn't wait to return to Sodor. But when he was done, Frankie and Hurricane wouldn't let him go. They said there was more to do, and they locked him in the steelworks. Meanwhile, back on Sodor, everyone wondered where Thomas was. James was especially concerned because he was tired of doing all his friends' work. "I'm going to the mainland to find Thomas and bring him home," he said. That night on the mainland, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky. Thomas knew he had to escape while Frankie and Hurricane slept. He rolled through the darkened steelworks, slowly building speed, and bashed through the gates. Thomas escaped into the dark woods. "Are you hiding?" a voice asked. "I love hiding. I'm a stealth engine." Thomas couldn't see anyone, but knew this was Merlin's voice. "Don't worry," Merlin whispered. "You're with the best hider ever." Thomas felt safe, and the big engines didn't find him. The next morning, Merlin was gone. As Thomas steamed toward Sodor, he met Beresford the crane again. Just as Frankie and Hurricane came around the bend, Beresford quickly hoisted Thomas up and hid him. Just then, James rolled down the track and met Frankie and Hurricane. The three engines steamed away together. Thomas knew that he needed to save his friend. He also knew who could help. Thomas hurried to find the experimental engines and asked Theo, Lexi, and Merlin to help save James. "But we can't do anything," Theo protested. "We can try," replied Merlin. "This is the most excitement I've had in forever," Lexi tooted. Theo and Lexi took a flatbed filled with scrap and pretended there was an accident. While Frankie and Hurricane went to investigate, Thomas and Merlin snuck into the steelworks. "James!" Thomas peeped. "We really need to go." "Oh, I'm more than ready to go," James puffed. "This work doesn't suit me at all." Just then, Frankie and Hurricane returned. They chased James and Thomas into the fiery steelworks. Theo tried to help, but he crashed into a control panel. A giant magnet suddenly swung out over the tracks and attached itself to Thomas. It lifted him up and carried him toward a blast furnace. Theo hit another button to release Thomas. He crashed to the ground and knocked over a vat of molten steel. A fiery puddle spread toward Thomas. Hurricane sped forward and shoved Thomas out of the way. The little blue engine was safe, but the big engine's wheels had touched the boiling hot puddle. "Help!" Hurricane steamed. "My front wheels! I'm melting!" Merlin quickly pulled Hurricane to safety, but Hurricane's wheels were damaged. He needed serious repairs. Without Hurricane's help, Frankie didn't know what she would do. "I can't do everything on my own," she said. "Nobody wants to work here." Thomas knew some engines that might. The experimental engines said they'd be happy to work at the steelworks. They liked being useful and helpful. When they were back on Sodor, Thomas apologized for taking James's trucks. "And I'm sorry I teased you about being Sir Topham Hatt's favorite engine," James peeped. "If anyone's the favorite, Thomas, it's probably you." "Don't be silly, James," Thomas peeped with a chuckle. They rolled into Tidmouth Sheds, where their friends were happy to see them again. "Now there's a sight for sore eyes," Sir Topham Hatt exclaimed. He was happy to have all of his favorite engines back together again. Let's Go for a Drive by Mo Willems. Piggy, I have a great idea. Let's go for a drive. That sounds fun. Drive, drive, drivey, drive, drive. Wait! If we are going on a drive, we need a plan. A plan? First, We need a map. I have a map. Get that map. Zip. You cannot go for a drive without a map. I have the map. Zip. Drive, drive, drivey, drive, drive. Map, map, mappy, map, map. Wait! It might be sunny while we drive. We need sunglasses. I have sunglasses. Get those sunglasses! Bringing sunglasses on a drive is smart planning. I have the sunglasses! Drive, drive, drivey, drive, drive. Sunglasses, sunglasses, sunny sunglasses. Wait! It might rain while we drive. We need umbrellas. I have umbrellas. Get those umbrellas! Zip. Make a plan and stick to it, is what I say. I have the umbrellas! Zip. Drive, drive, drivey, drive, drive. Umbrellas, umbrellas, umbrelly, umbrellas. Wait! We have so much stuff to pack. We need bags. I have bags. Get those bags. You cannot go wrong with a good plan. Oof! I have the bags! Zip! Drive, drive, drivey, drive, drive. Bags, bags, baggy bag, bags. Wait! There will be a lot of driving on our drive. We need a car. I said we need a car. Do you have a car, Piggy? No, I am a pig. A pig with a car would be silly. Do you have a car? I do not have a car. Oh no! We have everything we need for our drive. Except a car. Our plans are ruined. What are we going to do now? We could play pirate. Who needs plans when you have a pig for a pal? Arrgh! Little Boo by Stephen Wonderly, illustrated by Tim Zeltner. The wind blew, the leaves fell, and a tiny seed hid in the garden. Boo! the seed said to a leaf rolling by. You're not scary at all, the leaf said. A grub was burrowing in the soil nearby. Boo, said the seed. I'm busy, said the grub. The seed sighed. It began to get cold. A snowflake fell close to the seed, then another and another. Boo, 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 the seed said. There's more of us than you, the snowflakes whispered back. Why would we be scared of you? Poor seed. It's not time for scaring, the wind said. Not yet. Be patient. You'll be scary soon enough. I want to be scary now, the seed said, trying to make himself big. Just wait, the wind whispered, carefully blowing soil over the seed to keep him from the cold. The seed sighed one last time and finally fell asleep. Boo, he said in his dream. It was a very long sleep, and when the seed awoke, the air was warm above him. He reached for it, reached and reached until he could feel it. Ah, the seed said, time to get back to scaring. The seed was growing into a tender little sprout. Boo, said the little sprout to an old boot, but the boot didn't say anything back. Boo, he said to a shovel, but the shovel was silent. Boo, said the little sprout to a watering can, but the watering can didn't say a word either. So the young little sprout decided to keep growing. The wind came by for a visit. Boo, said the sprout, who was now a little plant. He was proud of how big he had gotten. Not today, said the wind, but soon, soon. The little plant kept growing and sometimes tried to scare the bucket and the bees and a grasshopper. Boo, 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 he said, but none of them were even the least bit afraid. So the plant that began as a seed grew and grew and grew. Soon little orange flowers appeared. Flowers aren't very scary, he thought. But then the flowers fell away and little green fruit began to grow. They grew fast. Can I boo now? The plant asked the wind. Not quite yet, the wind said. One round green fruit grew much bigger than the others, and then it turned orange. A pumpkin! Boo, the pumpkin said to the hands that picked it. But they weren't scared as they carried the pumpkin to the house. The wind shut the door behind them. I'll be right here, the wind said. Darkness crept in above the trees. There was no moon. A single candlelight appeared in the night. Boo, said the pumpkin that was now a jack-o'-lantern. Yow, said the cat. Good scaring, said the wind. Do it again. Boo, said the jack-o'-lantern. Ah, screamed the goblins. "Woo-wee," said the wind, whirling around the bare trees and stirring up the leaves. "What wonderful scaring!" "Thank you," said the jack-o'-lantern, who used to be only a seed. "Boo, boo, boo!" And the light from the jack-o'-lantern's grin flew over the trees and spread across the night. Little Red Riding Hood Picture Story. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived in a village near the forest. Whenever she went out, the little girl wore a red riding cloak, so everyone in the village called her Little Red Riding Hood. One morning, Little Red Riding Hood asked her mother if she could go to visit her grandmother, as it had been a while since they'd seen each other. "That's a good idea," her mother said. So they packed a nice basket for Little Red Riding Hood to take to her grandmother. When the basket was ready, the little girl put on her red cloak and kissed her mother goodbye. "Remember, go straight to Grandma's house," her mother cautioned. "Don't dawdle along the way, and please don't talk to strangers. The woods are dangerous." "Don't worry, Mommy," said Little Red Riding Hood. "I'll be careful." But when Little Red Riding Hood noticed some lovely flowers in the woods, she forgot her promise to her mother. She picked a few, watched the butterflies flit about for a while, listened to the frogs croaking, and then picked a few more. Little Red Riding Hood was enjoying the warm summer day so much that she didn't notice a dark shadow approaching out of the forest behind her. Suddenly, the wolf appeared beside her. "What are you doing out here, little girl?" the wolf asked in a voice as friendly as he could muster. "I'm on my way to see my grandma, who lives through the forest near the brook," Little Red Riding Hood replied. Then she realized how late she was and quickly excused herself, rushing down the path to her grandma's house. The wolf, in the meantime, took a shortcut. The wolf, a little out of breath from running, arrived at Grandma's and knocked lightly at the door. "Oh, thank goodness, dear. Come in, come in. I was worried sick that something had happened to you in the forest," said Grandma, thinking that the knock was her granddaughter. The wolf let himself in. Poor Granny did not have time to say another word before the wolf gobbled her up. The wolf let out a satisfied burp and then poked through Granny's wardrobe to find a nightgown that he liked. He added a frilly sleeping cap and for good measure dabbed some of Granny's perfume behind his pointy ears. A few minutes later, Red Riding Hood knocked on the door. The wolf jumped into bed and pulled the covers over his nose. "Who is it?" he called in a cackly voice. "It's me, Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, how lovely. Do come in, my dear," croaked the wolf. When Little Red Riding Hood entered the little cottage, she could scarcely recognize her grandmother. "Grandmother, your voice sounds so odd. Is something the matter?" she asked. "Oh, I just have touch of a cold," squeaked the wolf, adding a cough at the end to prove the point. "But grandmother, what big ears you have," said Little Red Riding Hood as she edged closer to the bed. "The better to hear you with, my dear," replied the wolf. "But grandmother, what big eyes you have," said Little Red Riding Hood. "The better to see you with, my dear," replied the wolf. "But grandmother, what big teeth you have," said Little Red Riding Hood, her voice quivering slightly. "The better to eat you with, my dear," roared the wolf, and he leapt out of the bed and began to chase the little girl. Almost too late, Little Red Riding Hood realized that the person in the bed was not her grandmother, but a hungry wolf. She ran across the room and through the door, shouting, "Help, wolf!" as loudly as she could. A woodsman who was chopping logs nearby heard her cry and ran towards the cottage as fast as he could. He grabbed the wolf and made him spit out the poor grandmother, who was a bit frazzled by the whole experience, but still in one piece. "Oh, Grandma, I was so scared," sobbed Little Red Riding Hood. "I'll never speak to strangers or dawdle in the forest again." There, child. You've learned an important lesson. Thank goodness you shouted loud enough for this kind woodsman to hear you. The woodsman knocked out the wolf and carried him deep into the forest, where he wouldn't bother people any longer. Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother had a nice lunch and a long chat. Love from the Crayons by Drew DeWalt and Oliver Jeffers. Love is red because love comes in all shapes and sizes. Love is purple because love has its own imagination. Love is brown because sometimes love stinks. Love is gray because love can be small and soft or big and strong. Love is white because sometimes love is hard to see. Love is green because love is helpful. Love is yellow and orange because love is sunny and warm. Love is blue because sometimes love is stormy. Love is pink because love can be silly. Love is peach because sometimes love can hide. Love is black because love isn't always bright and colorful. Love is every color. Max and Mo's 100th Day of School by Patricia Leisan, illustrated by Priscilla Lamont in the style of Brian Floca. Max and Mo were best friends. They lived in a cozy cage in the art room at school. Max liked to make things. Mo liked to read things. "Look, the big ones are making crowns," said Max. "But why do their crowns say 100? Max asked. Mo read the sign. "They are getting ready for their 100th day of school party." "That means it is our 100th day of school too, and we love parties," Mo said. Max and Mo waited for the big ones to leave. "We can use our chain to climb out and down," said Max. 1, 2, 3, down we jump. What can we make?" asked Mo. Max scratched his chin. "We can make crowns too. This shows us what to do." Max and Mo proudly wore their crowns. "We are counting kings," Mo said. Max scratched his chin. "We need to count to 100. What should we count?" "Beads," said Mo. "We can make a necklace." Oops! Max tripped. Mo slipped. Beads flipped right into a bead bin. Max scratched his chin. "Now what?" "We are counting kings. We can count out 100 beads," said Mo. "That is a lot of counting," said Max. "This sign gives us a hint. We can count by tens," Mo said. "Make counting to 100 easy. Make 10 piles of 10. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. They cheered. They put the beads on a string. "That was fun. We can make another one." They hung a necklace on the wall. 1, 2, 3, up we jump. Max and Mo climbed up and in. They got ready for the party just in time. The big ones came back. "It's time for our party," the big ones cheered. "Happy 100th day of school, Max and Mo." Want to make a necklace using 100 objects? Here's what you will need. 1. A grown-up's help. 2. A string or a shoelace. 3. Paper clips, beads, or pieces of dry pasta with holes in them. Here is what to do. Count out 100 items. String or clip them together. Tie the string or shoelace. proudly wear your necklace. Which bag holds 100 items? Test a grown-up on their counting skills. Here is what you will need. Fill one with 100 pennies. 2. Fill another one with 100 paper clips. Ask, which bag has the most objects? Which bag did they pick? Just because one bag looks bigger than the other doesn't mean it holds more objects. Thomas and Friends. Meet the Engines, an encyclopedia of the Thomas and Friends characters. Written by Julia March. Contents. Welcome to Sodor. Thomas knows Sodor like the back of his buffers. That's because railway tracks go all over the island, to stations, docks, mountains, woods, castles, and mines. Is there a corner of Sodor that Thomas has not yet visited? He doesn't think so. Meet the team. Thomas's closest friends are the 4 engines who share his home at Tidmouth Sheds. They are Connor, Nia, Percy, and Diesel. Thomas thinks they are totally awesome. All engines go. Thomas the Tank Engine. This cheeky little engine always tries to do his best. He may be small, but he is very brave. That is why Thomas has lots of friends. Stacks of fun. Thomas loves to stack his cargo high with a little help from Carly. Teamwork gets the job done. Did you know Thomas is based on an old E2 class steam engine from 100 years ago? Fact file. Home, Tidmouth Sheds. Works with his faithful coaches Annie and Clarabelle. Likes making friends. I'm the #1 engine. Fun fact. Thomas's whistle makes a peep peep sound. Thomas greets his friends with a smile. #1 is painted on his side tank. He has 6 wheels. One day, Thomas got paint splattered over the 1 on his side. Did it mean he was no longer the #1 engine? He began to think so when he had a bad day and arrived late and dirty with his delivery. But Sir Topham Hatt said Thomas would always be #1. You're #1 because I can count on you, said Sir Topham Hatt. Percy, Thomas's best friend. Little Percy loves fun as much as Thomas, but he is not so adventurous. He is happy to let his friend take the lead, and that's just fine. On the move. Old McCall had a farm. Percy and Thomas sing to make delivering cows even more fun. Fact file. Works with Thomas. Likes delivering mail. Dislikes roller coasters, the dark, and pandas. Careful Percy. Percy likes everything to run smoothly. Before making a delivery, he carefully checks the route. That's what I call Percy perfect. Fun fact. Percy has a lucky bell that he rings when he feels a bit scared. Percy's eyes are green like his paintwork. He is the number 6 green engine. He has just 4 wheels. Percy thought roller coasters were scary. Just seeing one at a carnival made his gears shake. But after Thomas, Nia, and Kana helped him face his fears, Percy felt ready to try out a loop-the-loop. He ended up going around and around and around. They're so fast and so screamy and so upside down, said Percy. Nia, the engine full of ideas. This fun-loving engine comes from Kenya in Africa. She's kind and caring and loves thinking up new, creative ways to do things. Everyone loves Nia. A cheerful song. At an overnight stop, Percy is scared to sleep outdoors. Kind Nia cheers him up with a campfire song. Fact file comes from Kenya. Roll, pulling cargo or passengers. Likes, traveling and seeing new places. A bridge too far. Not all Nia's ideas work out. Trying to dash over a faulty drawbridge is a big mistake. Wow, I made a new sound. Fun fact. Nia has invented a dance called the piston pop. Nia usually wears a big, bright smile. Kenyan pattern on tank. She has 8 orange wheels. The balloon is bigger than I planned, said Nia. Nia was carrying a train-shaped balloon to Vickerstown for a parade. She decided to take Floaty through a tunnel where the wind couldn't blow it away. But oh dear, what a tight squeeze! With a big push from Kana and Thomas, they just about got through. Knapford Station. Situated to the west, Knapford Station is the largest station in Sodor. Working engines come and go all day at this busy station. Its graceful glass roofs and spacious platforms make it a perfect place for special events too. Sir Topham Hatt, the railway owner. Sir Topham owns the railway. He also arranges all the special events in Sodor. This jolly gentleman is rarely seen without his hat, except when the wind blows it away. Musical mix-up. When instruments for a concert go missing, Sir Topham is eager to track them down. The show must go on, he says. See you all at the parade. King Topham. Sir Topham enters into the spirit of all his events. For a medieval fair, he dresses in full king's regalia. Fun fact. Close friends call Sir Topham by his first name, Bertram. Fact file. Home, Vickerstown. Works with all the engines. Likes, showing visitors to Sodor a great time. He is proud of his shiny top hat. His booming voice is perfect for making announcements. Sir Topham looks sharp in his dapper tailcoat. James, the really splendid engine. Is James the most handsome engine in Sodor? He certainly thinks so. But when he stops fussing about his paintwork, James is a lot of fun. James's brass parts are well polished. He wears a dazzling coat of scarlet paint. Fact file. Type, tender engine. Likes, being admired. Dislikes, getting his paint dirty, or even worse, scratched. Dragon! James panics when he comes face to face with a model dragon made for a medieval fair. He thinks it's a real one. Mind my paintwork. Junction jostle. When a signal failure causes a snarl up at a junction, arrogant James tries to push through before Diesel. Bump. Fun fact. James thinks he would make an unbearably charming knight. He also has perfectly buffed buffers. Henry, the number 3 green engine. Henry is a big green engine who chugs around wishing everyone a breezy good morning. He is a bit of a worrier and prefers calm days. Barrier bother. During a power outage, Henry got stuck at a signal. He didn't have to worry for long. Carly arrived and raised the barrier for him. His steam dome is gold. Henry's face reflects his mood. Fact file. Home, Vickerstown. Favorite job, pulling cargo trains. Likes, good manners and respect. Edward, the old reliable engine. Good old Edward. He's patient, wise, kind, and very hardworking. With years of experience under his buffers, Edward is ready for anything. Stop, Edward! Quick Draw Bridge began to lift just as Edward was about to puff onto it. He made a quick stop. Gentle, cheerful smile. His linings are red. I'm ready. Fact file. Age? Who knows? Likes? Stories set in the past. Dislikes? Being teased about his age. Diesel, Thomas's friendly rival. This pushy little diesel engine never stops challenging Thomas to games and races. Oh, how he would love to beat his friend just once. Diesel puffs out thick gray smoke. He speeds along on 6 wheels. Coupling hook lets him link with other vehicles. Did you know? Diesel is based on a British Rail Class 08 shunter from the 1950s. Some Class 08s are still in service today. Dirty tricks. In a race to Whiff's recycling plant, Diesel tries to slow Thomas down by puffing smoke in his face. That's not fair. See you at the finish line. Fun fact. Diesel got starstruck when he met 2 famous race engines. Fact file. Home, Tidmouth Sheds. Works with Thomas and his friends. Dream to be Sodor's real number 1 engine. Well, we are the bigger adventure club, said Diesel. Thomas, Percy, and Carly formed an adventure club to look for a crystal cave in the old mine. Diesel and Sandy formed a rival club, hoping to get there first. It was a great team-up. Sandy squeezed easily through tiny spaces, and Diesel did the heavy lifting. Maintenance yard. The maintenance yard is where Sandy and Carly work, fixing broken down engines with a smile. The workshops look a bit jumbled, but the duo always find just the tool they need. Carly, the little crane on wheels. If anything needs lifting or shifting, the engines call on Carly. This chirpy little crane will whiz to the scene. Carly's partner, Sandy, is her best friend. Museum mix-up. Assembling a dinosaur skeleton is tricky. Carly keeps getting the bones in the wrong order. Patient Carly. Carly helps Thomas build an obstacle course, but it takes up all her patience. Thomas is very picky indeed. Fact file. Home, maintenance yard. Role, lifting, loading, and helping fix things. Works with Sandy. Fun fact. Carly once challenged Cranky to a lifting contest. It was a tie. There are hazard stripes on her boom. Carly's hook is attached to a strong cable. Laying tracks is part of Carly's job. Let's get lifting. Sandy, everyone's fix-it friend. Sandy can fix anything, from a hole in a tank to a wobbly wheel. This tiny speeder has a toolbox full of scoops, wrenches, saws, and hammers. Yellow emergency light. Sandy's job can get her a bit dirty. Toolbox at the front. Stop, Thomas! Sandy must stop Thomas quickly. Some ducks are on the line. Luckily, she has a stop sign on board. Too little? Thomas said Sandy was too little to join his big adventure club. What a nerve! Make way for the Sandy Express. Fun fact. Playing in mud is Sandy's idea of fun. After all, mud is wet sand. Fact file. Home, maintenance yard. Works with Carly. Likes making sand sculptures. One day, a rainbow appeared over Sodor. The engines wanted to find the end of the rainbow, but it was at the top of a tall, twisty mountain, and the track was broken. Carly and Sandy worked to repair the track so they could go up, up, and over to the rainbow's end. With a crack, crack here and a snap, snap there, sang Carly and Sandy. Gordon, the engine in charge. Gordon is a wise engine who supervises the other engines. He is kind but stern and wants everything done his way, the right way. Do as you're told. Thomas and Percy get a real telling off when they disobey Gordon's instructions. Mystery gift. Gordon has a sense of humor. He leaves some machinery for Kana in a gift-wrapped box car for her to find. Fact file. Home, Knapford Station. Works with all the engines and also Sir Topham Hatt. Likes giving orders. Fun fact. When Gordon is surprised, he exclaims, "Great gears!" Gordon has a huge smile when he races. A big yellow number 4 is on his tender. He has 14 wheels. It's simply not the way to do it. Gordon usually knows what to do in an emergency. But when the switch that lowers Quick Draw Bridge got stuck, Gordon was stuck too. How would he get across the river? Thomas and his friends had to help Carly pull the bridge down and rescue Gordon. "The switch that lowers the bridge is stuck," said Gordon. Emily, the safety engine. Emily is proud to be Sodor's official safety engine. She's prevented many a disaster, from train accidents to Sir Topham Hatt's hat blowing away. Flying flag. When Thomas lost control of a parade flag, even Emily couldn't stop it from landing on Sir Topham Hatt. Confident smile. Red buffer beam. Fact file. Roll. Saving the day. Works with all the engines. Likes restoring calm after chaos. Ashima, the mountain engine. Heights hold no fear for Ashima. She works on a mountain railway in India. When Ashima visited Sodor, her fancy paintwork caught everyone's eye. Fun fact, Ashima's name means without limits in the Hindi language. Ashima has a calm, gentle expression. Hot pink is her main color. She has brightly colored decals all over her. Be who you are and go far. Fact file comes from India. Best friend, Thomas. She encourages him to challenge himself. Likes shunting. Kenji, the silver racer. Sleek silver Kenji is a high-speed electric train who wins races all over the world. Kenji is super smart and super fast, but super modest too. Door for passengers. Kenji's silver face wears a serene smile. His skirts are deep purple. Fact file comes from Japan. Works with Kana mostly. She can usually keep up with him. Ambition, to win the Sodor Cup with Kana. Did you know Kenji is based on a Zero Series Shinkansen engine, a super-fast bullet train from Japan? Going bust. When Kana nearly crashes, Kenji busts a fender trying to stop her. Is he out of the race for the Sodor Cup? Fun fact, Kenji is very ticklish. He giggles as Sandy examines his fender. Don't let them get to you. Annie and Clarabelle, kindly coaches. These two comfy coaches travel together, usually pulled by Thomas. They love pretty scenery and like to snooze on night trips. Pretty risky. Crumble Canyon is very pretty, but also very dangerous. Look out for falling rocks. Sleep tight. Annie and Clarabelle are settling down to sleep. Carly kindly puts a snuggly blanket over them. Fact file. Roll. Giving passengers tours of Sodor. Best friend. Each other. Likes. Thomas, except when he makes a noise and wakes them up. Fun fact. Until recently, Clarabelle preferred to travel facing backward. They like a steady pace. Only Clarabelle has freckles, kind, caring expression. The patterns on their sides are different. We're taking the scenic route. Brendam Docks. Brendam Docks is a large port that handles all goods coming to or from Sodor. It is home to Cranky, who spends his day grumpily hoisting cargo between Bulstrode and the waiting engines. Cranky the grumpy crane. This big crane works at Brendam Docks. Cranky gets grumpy when engines mess around, but he always sees the funny side in the end. Hey, enough playing around. Helpful Cranky. Cranky is helpful when engines are polite. He is happy to give Thomas a lift onto Bulstrode. Fun fact, Cranky got Percy used to heights by whirling him around. That's funny. When a truck full of confetti explodes all over Diesel, Cranky just has to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Cranky has a light on his boom tip. Hook for lifting crates and sometimes engines. He looks stern when he is concentrating. Cranky is the tallest crane in Sodor. Fact file. Home, Brendam Docks. Role, loading and unloading cargo. Dislikes, being kept waiting. There was to be a rocket launch at Brendam Docks. Each engine brought one of the rocket parts. Thomas was supposed to bring the battery, but he thought it was too small to be very important, so he forgot. Cranky wasn't very happy about that. Thomas, the rocket can't take off without your battery, grumbled Cranky. Bulstrode, the laid-back barge. Bulstrode is a big, slow, steady barge. Nothing upsets Bulstrode. He often doesn't even notice when there's a fuss going on around him. Fun fact, Bulstrode likes to hum lazily to himself. Dum-za-dee-dee-dee-dum. He has a very deep, very slow voice. Bulstrode carries lots of life preservers. Rope fender protects his bow. Sea chase. Thomas asks Bulstrode to help him chase the orb of destiny. It's really a wind-tossed beach ball. Come on, mateys! Floating bridge. When Thomas and Kana use Bulstrode as a bridge, he isn't annoyed at all. He's just a bit puzzled. Fact file. Role, carrying cargo to Brendam Docks. Best friend, Skiff. Likes, doing things at his own pace. Slow. Skiff, the little sailboat. This little sailboat has big ideas. Skiff loves to set himself challenges, like sailing in really high winds. He only needs a little help sometimes. Lighthouse, here I come. Fun fact. When Skiff gets enough wind in his sail, he can do somersaults. Skiff into bat. Skiff is nimble and a good shot. The little sailboat uses his sail to bat a stray beach ball back to dry land. Fact file. Ambition. To sail to Vickerstown Lighthouse all by himself. Best friend, Bulstrode. Likes a strong wind. Skiff's sail has yellow and white stripes. Friendly, eager expression. Skiff's inner woodwork is painted blue. His hull is a dazzling white. A new record. Thomas is amazed to see Skiff sailing so far from home. Skiff shouts that he just set a new record. Lighthouse Tunnel. The tunnel near Vickerstown is a favorite with the engines. When they whiz out of the end, they get a wonderful view of a jolly red and white lighthouse against a bright blue sky. Yongbao, the tiger train. Yongbao is from China. This hero engine has made many brave rescues. He teaches Thomas that it's okay to be scared. Even heroes get scared. Yongbao has golden stripes. Yellow lights like a tiger's eyes. Tiger face design. Fact file comes from China. Roll, preventing accidents and saving engines in danger. Likes, colorful firework displays. Fun fact, Yongbao has a tiger painted on his side as a symbol of courage. You've got to be scared to be brave. A tiger's roar. The engines meet Yongbao as he arrives in Sodor. He greets them with a friendly roar. Facing fears. On a rescue in the mine, Thomas admits he is afraid. Yongbao says he is scared too, but he is ready to face his fears to help others. Troublesome trucks. The worst trucks ever. These bad-mannered cargo trucks are nothing but trouble. They grumble, sneer, and fake injuries to avoid work. Dirty trick. The green truck sees Nia pulling a new movie screen to a film showing. He flicks dirt at the lovely clean screen just for fun. One truck is painted olive green. The other truck is painted reddish brown. Hey, my wheel is loose. Fun fact, when their schemes go wrong, the trucks blame each other. It's for real. From Lookout Mountain, Thomas sees a truck going out of control. This time, it's for real. Fact file. Rolls, carrying cargo. Likes, getting the engines in a jumble. Dislikes, hard work. Harold the helpful helicopter. Who needs rails when you have rotors? Harold the helicopter patrols the skies over Sodor, on the lookout for emergencies going on below. Farm flight. Nia has cows to deliver to McCall's farm, but she's stuck in a jam. Will Harold give them all a lift? Roger that. Keep it up. Harold offers airborne support when Thomas has to get a submarine down Cannonball Curve. Fact file. Likes, saving the day. Roll, rescuing anyone in trouble and assisting with deliveries. Motto, happy to help. Roger that, over and out. Fun fact. Harold provided from-the-air film coverage of the Sodor Cup. Harold's rotors spin very fast. His voice sounds like a cockpit radio. Eye in the sky camera. Tail fin and rotor. Skids help him land safely. Kana, the electric engine. Super speedy Kana from Japan is the first electric engine to live in Sodor. She loves to race and creates gusts of wind wherever she goes. Sparks of electricity. Kana smiles as she whooshes past. Shiny mauve buffer beam. Slow down. Thomas reminds Kana that if she slows down a little, she'll notice all the lovely flowers and butterflies around her. Electric. Thanks, Thomas. Just in time. On the Sodor Cup race course, Kenji stops Kana from hurtling off the rails. Fun fact. Kana has mirror shiny sides that Thomas loves to make faces in. Fact file. Roll. Transporting people in a flash. Works with all the engines. Likes. Doing everything fast. Kana has to stop at a charging pad whenever she wants to power up. One day, Sandy connected a wind turbine to the charging pad. When the wind spun the blades, electricity flowed and Kana was all charged up and ready to go. It's not a windmill, it's a wind turbine, said Kana. Riff and Jiff, perfect partners. Riff and Jiff are in the race for the Sodor Cup. These happy high-speed engines just love to complement each other and the other entrants too. Upbeat duo. Even when the track in the front of them breaks, the positive pair keeps smiling. Oh well, these things happen. Hi there, you guys are looking good. Fun fact. Riff and Jiff like to high-five each other with their front wheels. Ready to race. Riff and Jiff are very good-natured. They wish their rivals good luck before the race. Riff's lining is bright yellow. She sports a pink and yellow stars design. Turquoise lining around Jiff's face. Stars are turquoise and yellow. Fact file. Home, the mainland. Best friend, each other. They're totally inseparable. Likes, a fair, friendly race. Cannonball Curve. It's a wild ride down Cannonball Curve. This twisty track spirals around a tall mountain to the north of Sodor. Any engine taking the curves too fast could easily lose control. Poor Kana has learned this lesson the hard way. Verona and Federico, the speedy show-offs. This electric duo visits Sodor to enter the race for the Sodor Cup. They're fast, flashy, and very full of themselves. Fun fact. Before entering the Sodor Cup, they had 27 straight race wins. We've got the wins to back up our talk. Sleek yellow and black paintwork. Like Federico, Verona is an electric engine. Color scheme is reverse of Verona's. Federico is handsome and he knows it. Fancy friends. Diesel is eager to befriend the glamorous couple. He changes his tune when he sees them cheating. No sympathy. When Kana comes off the track at Cannonball Curve, Verona and Federico just laugh. Fact file. Home, the mainland. Ambition, to win every race they enter. Likes, cups, trophies, and cheering crowds. Hero, the wise teacher. All the engines look up to Hero. He is calm, kind, and wise. When Thomas and Kana enter the Sodor Cup, Hero proves to be a great trainer too. Hero has gold boiler bands. Front lamp gives a golden glow. Red wheels match his fender. Keep calm. Verona and Federico taunt Kana, hoping she will make a mistake. Hero urges her to stay calm. Never give up. When Thomas feels like giving up, Hero appears in a cloud of steam with words of encouragement. Being calm helps you do anything. Fun fact: Thomas keeps a portrait of Hero in his shed as inspiration. Fact file: comes from Japan. Works with everyone. Top advice: there's something good in every engine. You just have to find it. Bruno, the brilliant brake car. Bruno travels backward, which suits his unique view of the world. He loves schedules and routines and really dislikes surprises. Fun fact: when Bruno gets excited, his lantern spins and flashes. Number 43 on Bruno's side. Yellow ladder. He has a black metal railing at the front. Did you know? Bruno is based on an old caboose, which is a type of American brake car. Whiff, the recycler engine. Whiff's job is trash, and he loves it. He works at the recycling plant in Sodor, gathering all kinds of waste and sorting it for reuse. My name's Whiff because I'm a bit smelly. Whiff wears big, round glasses. He usually has splotches of dirt on him. Bright red buffer beam. Fun fact: Whiff is a bit of a tech whiz who enjoys inventing things. Fact file: home, recycling plant. Role, processing trash and broken machine parts. Dislikes, anything going to waste. Lookout Mountain. High on Lookout Mountain is an old abandoned rail station. Even higher is a lookout point with a breathtaking view of Sodor. It's the perfect place for Thomas and his pals to have their clubhouse. Thomas and Friends, Misty Island Rescue. Illustrated by Tommy Stubbs. Based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Awdry. Created by Britt Allcroft. It was an exciting day on the island of Sodor. Construction was nearly complete on the new Search and Rescue Center, which would help people in trouble. There would be a new helipad for Harold, and Rocky was getting his own shed, so there was much work to do. It will be made of the strongest wood of all, Joby wood, Sir Topham Hatt told Thomas and the other engines. The wood will arrive today at Brendam Docks. The most useful engine at the end of the day will get to pull the Joby logs to the Search and Rescue Center. Thomas went quickly to work. Diesel wanted to show off, so with a biff and a bash, he shunted all the Joby wood away from the docks. "Stop!" Thomas puffed, his boiler bubbling. Diesel only went faster and faster. Unfortunately, the heavy flatbeds holding the wood jumped off the track and pulled Diesel toward the edge of a steep cliff. Thomas wasted no time pulling Diesel back to safety, but all the rich red wood tumbled into the sea. Sir Topham Hatt was very pleased with Thomas. You made the right decision to pull Diesel back. You didn't wait to be asked or to be told. As a reward, Thomas would visit the mainland and bring back more Joby wood. The next day, while Thomas waited to be loaded onto a ship, Salty told him and Percy about Misty Island. It's a mysterious place, Salty huffed. Once, an engine was lost there. No one could find him because of the mist. If I were lost on Misty Island, Thomas peeped, I'd puff 3 times. I'd come save you, Percy promised. The dock manager informed Thomas that there was no room for him on the ship. Thomas would have to wait for the next boat. But then Thomas spotted a raft. The ship can pull me on that, Thomas puffed. Percy was worried that the raft wasn't safe. Don't worry, Sir Topham Hatt said I make the right decisions, assured Thomas. And with that, the ship set out for the mainland, pulling Thomas on a raft. When Thomas was far out at sea and darkness started to fall, he heard a creak and a crash. The chain to the steamship had snapped. Thomas whistled and wheeshed as the big boat steamed away, but no one could hear him. The rocking waves carried Thomas into the misty night. The next morning, Thomas found himself on an unfamiliar island. It was quiet and very misty. As Thomas explored, he heard strange sounds. Rusty wheels rattled on old rails, and wild whistles echoed all around him. Thomas called out, but no one answered. Then, as Thomas rounded a bend, he made an amazing discovery. Thomas had come fender to fender with 3 of the strangest engines he'd ever seen. Cinders and ashes, peeped Thomas. Who are you? The strange engines' names were Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand. They told Thomas that he was on Misty Island. We're the logging locos, said Dash. We've been watching you since you first rolled onto the island. We played rattling wheels and whistling whistles with you, Bash said. You didn't play with us. You can now if you want. Thomas didn't want to play with Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand. Their games were strange. No, thank you. I have to get back to the island of Sodor. And with that, Thomas wheeshed backwards down the track. Later, as the mist grew thicker and darkness fell, Thomas wasn't feeling so brave. He had chuffed and huffed all day, but he hadn't found a way off Misty Island. Thomas knew he would have to ask the logging locos for help. The next morning on Sodor, Sir Topham Hatt learned that Thomas was missing. Everyone wanted to help find Thomas. The engine searched all over Sodor. Harold took to the air. Sir Topham Hatt and Captain chugged out to sea. Thomas spent the day looking for the logging locos. Tracks crissed and crossed, they climbed into foggy mountains and dove into tangled forests. Then, overlooking a deep valley, Thomas discovered an old logging camp. "Footplates and fenders!" Thomas exclaimed. "I've found the logging locos!" Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand were loading wood in the old logging camp. Thomas asked them for help, but they were busy. "We said hello to you yesterday," Dash said, "but you didn't want to be friends with us." "I'm sorry," Thomas peeped. "I was silly to think I could find a way off Misty Island by myself." Then Thomas realized something amazing. Bumpers and buffers! These logs are Joby logs. That's the wood we need to build the search and rescue center. The logging locos clanked closer together to listen as Thomas told them about the rescue center. They agreed to help him collect logs. Thomas showed the locos how quickly he could shunt flatbeds holding logs. One biff, one bash, and there's never a crash. "We can't work this hard," said Dash. "We'll run out of oil," said Bash. "That's right," added Ferdinand. The logging locos weren't diesels, but they used wood and oil for fuel. "I'm sure you have enough oil," Thomas reassured them. "Sir Topham Hatt says I make good decisions." The engines busily hauled logs and shunted flatbeds, but when they came to a rickety old bridge, Thomas stopped. The logging locos liked bouncing on the wibbly-wobbly shake-shake bridge. "Yippee!" they cheered as they chugged across the quaking tracks. Thomas didn't like the bridge, but he knew he had to cross it to collect the Joby wood. So, wobbly wheel by wobbly wheel, he crept slowly across. Everything shook, but nothing broke, and Thomas was proud of himself for being so bold and brave. Thomas needed to load the heavy logs onto flatbeds, but old Wheezy, the camp's giant log loader, wasn't much help. He liked throwing logs instead of loading them. He jiggled and joggled and spun. Logs flew here and there. They splashed in a pond and crashed into trees. One even bashed Thomas on the boiler. The locals cackled with laughter. Thomas needed a better way to load the Joby wood. Luckily, he spotted an old machine. "That's Hee-Haw," said Dash. "He's the old log loading machine. He needs too much oil," Bash added. "That's why we don't use him." Thomas wasn't worried. They poured the last of the oil into Hee-Haw. As the old machine creaked and sputtered into action, Thomas was very pleased. Soon, Thomas had 3 flatbeds full of Joby logs, but he had no idea how to get them back to Sodor. "We could use the tunnel," Dash suggested. Thomas was amazed. "You didn't tell me there was a tunnel to Sodor," he peeped. "That's because it's closed," Dash said. "Because it's dangerous," Bash added. Thomas was too excited to listen. "I know all about tunnels. It won't be dangerous." The engines wheezed and wheeshed to the old tunnel. Dash stopped at the entrance. "We locos don't have enough oil to puff to Sodor," he said. "Of course you do," puffed Thomas as he pushed his flatbed into the tunnel. "It's just a whir and a whiff, and we'll be there." They all disappeared into the dark and twisty tunnel. Suddenly, there was trouble ahead. The tracks were blocked by rocks. Then, with a rumble and a crash, more rocks smashed down behind them. "We can push the rocks out of the way," Thomas puffed. Bash, Dash, and Ferdinand bravely pumped their pistons, but with a gasp and a groan, they ran out of oil. They couldn't push any more. The engines were stuck in the tunnel, and no one knew where they were. Just then, Ferdinand noticed something. "I feel air on my funnel," he peeped. Dash spotted a hole in the roof of the tunnel. "Puff forward, Thomas, and huff your hardest," Bash suggested. "Someone will see your steam." Thomas excitedly beamed from buffer to buffer and started to puff. Back at Brendam Docks, Percy saw something that made his firebox fizz. 3 puffs of steam floated high in the distance. "It's Thomas!" Percy peeped. "He's on Misty Island, and he needs help." Percy told Sir Topham Hatt and all the engines about Thomas. Everyone was ready to help. "James, Gordon, and Edward, you will sail to Misty Island with me," said Sir Topham Hatt. Then Whiff suggested using the abandoned tunnel that led to Misty Island. It would be the fastest way to reach Thomas. "Won't that be dark and dangerous?" asked Sir Topham Hatt. "Don't worry," puffed Whiff. "I know all the tracks." Meanwhile, Thomas and the logging locos were waiting in the dark tunnel. Soon they heard a noise coming through the rocks. It was the clickety-clack of wheels on the tracks. Then Thomas recognized Percy's friendly voice. "Whiff and I have found you, Thomas," peeped Percy. "Watch out, Thomas," Whiff puffed. "Percy and I are going to push through the rocks to reach you." With that, Percy and Whiff rocked and rolled backwards together. Then they pumped their pistons and crashed through the rocks. "Hooray for Percy!" puffed Thomas. "Hooray for Whiff!" Thomas introduced Whiff and Percy to the logging locos. With a shove and a shunt, Whiff pulled the brave engines out of the tunnel. The logging locos wheeshed and whooshed with wonder when they saw the sunny island of Sodor. Thomas helped the logging locos to the Sodor Steamworks for repairs. He knew that Kevin and Victor would make them good as new. Sir Topham Hatt was excited to see that Thomas was safe, and that with all the Joby wood Thomas had found on Misty Island, the rescue center would be finished in no time. Finally, the big day arrived. The Sodor Search and Rescue Center and the Misty Island Tunnel were officially opened. Today is a very special day made possible by very special engines, Sir Topham Hatt said as he cut a red ribbon with a giant pair of scissors. The people cheered and the engines peeped. Thomas, surrounded by his old and new friends, beamed with pride. Mr. Seahorse by Eric Carle. Mr. and Mrs. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea. Mrs. Seahorse began to wiggle and twist, this way and that. "It's time for me to lay my eggs," she said. "Can I help?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Oh, yes, thank you," said Mrs. Seahorse, and she laid her eggs into a pouch on Mr. Seahorse's belly. "I'll take good care of our eggs," said Mr. Seahorse. "I promise." As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by a group of trumpet fish hidden in a patch of reeds. Can you see the trumpet fish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Stickleback?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Delighted," replied Mr. Stickleback. "I just built a nest and right away Mrs. Stickleback laid her eggs into it. Now I am taking good care of them until they hatch." "Keep up the good work," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by a lionfish hidden behind a coral reef. Can you see the lionfish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Tilapia?" asked Mr. Seahorse. Mr. Tilapia couldn't answer. His mouth was full of eggs. I know," said Mr. Seahorse. "Mrs. Tilapia laid her eggs. Now you are taking good care of them until they hatch." Mr. Tilapia nodded his head. "You must be very happy," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by several leaf fish hidden among the seaweed. Can you find the leaf fish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Curtis?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Perfectly fine," replied Mr. Curtis. "Mrs. Curtis laid her eggs, and I have stuck them on my head. Now I am taking good care of them until they hatch." "You are doing a good job," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. As Mr. Seahorse drifted gently through the sea, he passed right by a stonefish hidden behind a rock. Can you find the stonefish? But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Pipe?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Couldn't be better," replied Mr. Pipe. "Mrs. Pipe laid her eggs along my belly. Now I am taking good care of them until they hatch." "You should feel proud of yourself," said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. But before long, Mr. Seahorse met another fish. "How are you, Mr. Bullhead?" asked Mr. Seahorse. "Tip-top," replied Mr. Bullhead. Mrs. Bullhead laid her eggs, and the eggs hatched. Now I'm babysitting. You are doing a fine job, said Mr. Seahorse, and swam on his way. The time had come for the seahorse babies to be born. Mr. Seahorse wiggled and twisted this way and that. At last, the babies tumbled from Mr. Seahorse's pouch and swam away. One baby turned around and tried to come back into the pouch. "Oh no," said Mr. Seahorse. "I do love you, but now you are ready to be on your own." Pete the Cat and the Missing Cupcakes by Kimberly and James Dean. Pete and Gus were as busy as could be. They were getting ready for the cupcake party. It started at 3. They were making cupcakes for everyone. Pete and Gus counted them just for fun. They had 10 when they were done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh no! Hang on! Some of the cupcakes were gone. They were sure there had been 10. Pete said, "Maybe we need to count again." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They counted the cupcakes lined up straight. Now there were only 8. It looked like someone had taken 2. But who? Pete and Gus did not know what to do. Just then, they found a clue. Gus said, "Look what I have found. Sprinkles on the ground. I bet it was Squirrel. She loves sprinkles." Squirrel said, "It wasn't me. It couldn't be. I've been at the spelling bee." Uh-oh. More cupcakes are missing. Come and see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was too weird. 2 more cupcakes had disappeared. Now there were only 6. Someone must be playing tricks. But who? Pete and Gus did not know what to do. Just then, they found another clue. Pete said, "I bet it was Alligator. He loves to eat." Alligator said, "It wasn't me. It couldn't be. I've been learning my ABCs." Uh-oh. More cupcakes are missing. Come and see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there were only 4. Someone had taken 2 more. But who? Pete and Gus did not know what to do. Just then, they found another clue. "I bet it was Turtle," said Pete. I know Turtle loves sweets. Turtle said, "It wasn't me. It couldn't be. I've been swimming in the sea." Uh-oh, more cupcakes are missing. Come and see. What on earth was going on? All the cupcakes were now gone. Pete and Gus did not know what to do. They started looking for another clue. They found Grumpy Toad with icing on his face. Pete and Gus had solved the case. "I am so sorry. It was me. I could not stop with just one. I ate and ate till there were none." Everyone agreed. Grumpy Toad would have to miss the fun. He could not come after what he had done. Pete said, "But wait, Grumpy Toad made a mistake. This is true. Let's give him a second chance. That's what friends do." Pete told Grumpy Toad they would give him another chance. He was so excited he did a happy dance. The night of the party was so much fun. Grumpy Toad brought more than enough cupcakes for everyone. Pete the Cat's Cupcake Party. Pete the Cat and the Cool Cat Boogie by Kimberly and James Dean. Pete the Cat was learning a new dance, the Cool Cat Boogie. Then Grumpy Toad came along. "I really dig that song, but Pete, you dance all wrong." Pete did not know what to say. He just turned and walked away. Pete couldn't sleep at all that night. What if Grumpy Toad was right? What if my moves are bad? The thought of not dancing made Pete feel sad. Dancing is like magic. When I hear a groovy beat, I'm full of happy in my feet. I won't give up. I love to dance. Let me give it one more chance. Pete was practicing the Cool Cat Boogie when he saw Squirrel. "Hey, Squirrel, how do you dance? How do you groove? Can you teach me how to move?" "Sure, Pete. It's a simple song. Just cha-cha-cha and dance along." "Ah! Ouch, Pete! You stepped on my toes. That's not how this dance goes." Pete did not know what to say. He just turned and walked away. But dancing is like magic. When I hear a groovy beat, I'm full of happy in my feet. I won't give up. I love to dance. Let me give it one more chance. Pete was still practicing the Cool Cat Boogie when Gus came along. "Hey, Gus, how do you dance? How do you groove? Can you teach me how to move?" "Sure, Pete. It's a simple song. Just do the robot and dance along. Ouch, Pete! You bopped me on the nose. That is not how this dance goes. Pete did not know what to say. He just turned and walked away. But dancing is like magic. When I hear a groovy beat, I'm full of happy in my feet. I won't give up. I love to dance. Let me give it one more chance. Pete was still trying to do the cool cat boogie when Turtle came along. Hey, Turtle, how do you dance? How do you groove? Can you teach me how to move? Sure, Pete. It's a simple song. Just shake your tail and dance along. Oh no, Pete, you fell. You tripped over my shell. Everybody knows that's not how this dance goes. Pete felt like giving up. Wise Old Owl had been watching from his tree. Pete, it doesn't matter how you move as long as you are being you. You are right. I never want to miss a chance to dance. When you hear a groovy beat and you feel happy in your feet, just dance, 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 dance. Pete the Cat and the Treasure Map by James Dean. Captain Pete looks across Cat Cove. The sun is sparkling on the water. It's a beautiful day for an adventure. Something flies toward Captain Pete's ship. It's a parrot. Squawk, says the parrot. She gives Captain Pete a crumpled piece of paper. What is it? Asks First Mate Callie. Captain Pete looks at the paper. There's a long trail that ends with an X. It's a treasure map, he says. Treasure, says First Mate Callie. Where? On Secret Island, says Captain Pete. Let's go, says First Mate Callie. Woohoo! Cries the crew. Treasure! Swoosh! Splash! Captain Pete steers the ship through the big waves. The salty wind pushes the sails. The ship is going really fast. Good job, mateys, says Captain Pete. We'll be there in no time. Uh-oh, Captain Pete spoke too soon. He spies something coming toward them. What is that? Asks First Mate Callie. A giant arm reaches up and splashes the water. It makes a wave that crashes down on Pete's boat. Ker-splash! Squawk! Cries the parrot. Arrgh! Yells the crew. Ker-splash! Another arm comes crashing down. The crew is scared, but not Captain Pete. He knows that the monster isn't trying to scare them. He's rocking a cool beat. Captain Pete takes out his guitar and strums. The monster rises out of the water. The crew takes cover, but the monster stops when he hears Pete playing. He nods his head along. He's not a scary sea monster. He's an awesome sea drummer. Rock on, says Captain Pete. Thanks, booms the monster. Oh no, Captain, shouts First Mate Callie. A big storm is coming. Batten down the hatches, says Captain Pete. Everyone gets ready for the storm. The waves toss the ship, but the crew is brave. Captain Pete has an idea. Hey there, friend, he yells to the sea monster. We need some help. The monster grabs the ship with his giant arms and gives it a great big boost. The ship moves right through the storm. Hooray! Shouts the crew as the monster swims up to the boat. Thanks, friend, yells Captain Pete. No problem, booms the monster. Land ho! Yells First Mate Callie, pointing out over the sea. All the pirates rush to look. It's Secret Island, says Captain Pete. On the beach, their buddy, Grumpy Toad, is waiting with a glittering pile of treasure. Ahoy, mateys! You got my map, Grumpy Toad says. Treasure is no fun if you can't share it with your friends. The crew is so happy. They do catwheels in the sand. Thanks, Grumpy Toad, they shout. I think we're missing something, says Captain Pete. Let's play some music. What a great idea, says Grumpy Toad. The pirates load all the treasure onto the ship. Captain Pete takes out his guitar and strums, but something is missing from his song. Our drummer, Captain Pete says, as the sea monster pops his head above the waves. Would you like to join my crew? Aye, booms the monster. Rock on, Captain Pete says, as the monster joins in on a rockin' pirate tune. Captain Pete's crew is complete. All the pirates sing, yo ho, a pirate's life for us. Pete the Cat, Crayons Rock by Kimberly and James Dean. Pete loves his big box of groovy crayons. He loves to draw things like cars, trucks, flowers, and trees, and most of all, the big blue sea. From rockin' red to cool cat blue, with a box of crayons, there's nothing Pete can't do. One day, Pete decided to draw something new. His friends. Using lots of colors is so much fun. Pete wanted to use every one. He scribbled and drew a great big smile. His drawings were groovy and rockin' with style. Crayons rock! Pete was proud of the pictures he drew. He hoped his friends would dig them too. Pete showed Grumpy Toad first. Grumpy Toad said, "This doesn't look right. Those colors are way too bright." Pete thought, "Hey, no sweat. That's all right. The next one will be dynamite." For Gus from Pete. Pete showed Gus his picture too. Gus asked, "Who is this supposed to be? It doesn't really look like me." Pete thought, "Hey, no sweat. That's all right. The next one will be just right." For Callie from Pete. Pete finally showed Callie her picture. Callie said, "This one is fine, but it feels like something's missing from mine." Pete said, "What a mess!" "Bummer. I guess my drawings aren't the best." Pete started to frown. He put his crayons down. In art class, the teacher asked, "Pete, what are you going to make?" "I don't know. I'm afraid of making a mistake." Pete looked around. Gus drew the coolest superheroes. Callie's flowers were awesome, out of sight. Grumpy's motorcycle was just right. Pete's heart sank. His paper was blank. The gang looked at Pete and said, "No sweat. It's all right. It doesn't have to be just right. Your art is cool because it's you. Your art is so unique. Grab your groovy box of crayons. Show us your technique." The teacher agreed. Art should be fun. Art is for everyone. From Rockin' Red to Cool Cat Blue. With a box of crayons, there's nothing you can't do. Pete smiled. There are no rules. It's no big deal. Art is about how it makes you feel. Pete loved his cool art. That's the one thing Pete knew. Suddenly, Pete knew exactly what to do. He tried again. Instead of drawing them one by one, Pete drew the whole gang, just having fun. "Wow, way to go, Pete. That's a rockin' masterpiece." Grumpy Toad, Gus, and Callie agreed. Pete's picture was off the charts. See, that's the groovy thing about art. The best art comes from the heart. Crayons rock. Pete the Cat. Pete's Big Lunch. Created by James Dean. Here comes Pete. It is lunchtime. Pete is ready to eat. What should Pete eat? A sandwich would be nice. Yes, Pete wants a sandwich. Pete opens the fridge. Pete looks at his sandwich. It is too small. Something is missing. Pete knows what it needs. His sandwich needs an apple. Pete loves apples. His sandwich needs crackers. Crackers are crunchy. Pete loves crunchy crackers. Pete looks at his sandwich again. It is still too small. Pete is very hungry. Pete adds a pickle. Pete adds cheese. Pete adds an egg, 2 hot dogs, a banana, and a can of beans. Something is missing. Pete adds ice cream. He takes 3 huge scoops. Pete's sandwich is too big for Pete to eat. Pete wonders what to do. Pete thinks and thinks. I've got it, Pete says. Pete calls all of his friends. He asks them to come over. Everyone goes to Pete's house. They are all very hungry. Pete shows them his big lunch. Are you hungry? Asks Pete. Pete's sandwich is big enough for everyone. Dig in, says Pete. Pete's sandwich is good. Pete's sandwich is very good. Pete's sandwich is all gone. Pete's friends are full. They liked Pete's big lunch. Thanks for lunch, Pete's friends say. Thanks for sharing. You're welcome, Pete says. Sharing is cool. Pout Pout Fish, Easter Surprise. Based on the New York Times best-selling Pout Pout Fish books, written by Deborah Dyson and illustrated by Dan Hanna. Written by Wes Adams, illustrated by Isidre Moniz. Mr. Fish was bubbling with excitement. The Easter egg hunt was today. But Mr. Fish was also worried. Every year, no matter how hard he hunted, he never came home with any eggs. He found Mr. 8 and Mrs. Squid weaving baskets for everyone in the neighborhood. That looks like fun, said Mr. Fish. Is there anything I can do to help? Thanks for offering, said the octopus, finishing up several different baskets at once. But we've got it covered. It's tricky business, Mr. Fish, said Mrs. Squid, as her tentacles twisted and tied. Why don't you spread the word that we are ready to begin? Asked Mr. 8. Mr. Fish happily darted here and there, replaying the message to his friends. Swimming to the school, he found Miss Hewitt watching over the little ones at recess. She sounded the bell, and the students lined up. Are you as excited as I am, Mr. Fish? A little fry asked. I am very excited, said Mr. Fish. He didn't reveal that he was also very worried. As everyone gathered, Mr. Fish resolved that he wouldn't come home with an empty basket this year. Soon the hunt was underway. Mr. Fish found himself next to Miss Shimmer. How's it going? He asked his friend. No luck yet, said Miss Shimmer. Mr. Fish spotted a beautiful egg nestled in a grove of seagrass. Its decorations were dazzling. That one is perfect for you, Miss Shimmer, exclaimed Mr. Fish. Why, thank you, Mr. Fish, said Miss Shimmer. May I give you a smooch? Yes. As the hunt continued, Mr. Fish swam this way and that. Near a shipwreck, he spied an egg that seemed just right for his friend Starfish. Underneath a coral reef, he uncovered a pearly white beauty for Ms. Clam. With Mr. Lantern, Mr. Fish explored a dark crevice and found an egg with a glow all its own. "This one is very you," Mr. Fish said to his luminescent friend. More and more eggs were discovered, and the treasure hunt was winding down. And then, to his surprise, Mr. Fish discovered an egg of his very own. But then he saw the friendly little fry who hadn't found any eggs yet. "I've been saving this one for you," said Mr. Fish, turning her pout into a smile. "That was very kind of you," Miss Hewitt said, and everyone around agreed. Mr. Fish had a wonderful warm feeling inside that chased away his worry. "It's really nothing," he said with a smile of his own. But Pout-Pout-Fish's friends and neighbors didn't think it was nothing. They thought it was something very wonderful indeed. Before Mr. Fish could swim away home with an empty basket once again, they surprised him with a special treat they'd gathered just for him. "You always help us find the perfect eggs," said Mr. 8, "and we wanted to make sure you found the perfect treasure for yourself." "I don't know what to say," said Mr. Fish. "There's only one thing to say," said the little fry. "Happy Easter, Pout-Pout-Fish." Pout-Pout-Fish, Lucky Leprechaun. Based on the New York Times best-selling Pout-Pout-Fish books written by Deborah Dyson and illustrated by Dan Hanna. Written by Wes Adams, illustrated by Isidre Monet. Every St. Patrick's Day, Mr. Fish dresses up in a tall hat and whiskers and carries a pot of gold. But this year, his pot is empty. "What a wonderful leprechaun costume," says Miss Shimmer. "But my golden treasure is missing," Mr. Fish says. "Leprechauns always carry a pot of gold." "We'll find it," says his friend. "Wearing green on St. Patrick's Day should bring us all good luck." Mrs. Squid spreads the word. "We're looking for the missing treasure," she says. "Missing treasure?" echoes Ms. Clam. "Oh my!" Besides his treasure, Mr. Fish has also lost his holiday cheer. "We must find the missing gold," declares Mr. 8. Up and down, over and under, the creatures follow one another through the sea. As they parade after the missing treasure, a worried Pout-Pout-Fish leads the way. Underneath the Emerald Isle, the excited searchers scatter in every direction. "If you were golden treasure, where would you hide?" Mr. Fish wonders. "In the big, big dark," says Mr. Lantern. "Let's see what we can find." Mr. Lantern and a nervous Mr. Fish swim down, 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 where they discover a wild array of creatures. But not Mr. Fish's special treasure. Mr. Fish is glad to leave the depths behind. "Let's visit my cousins, the oysters," suggests Miss Clam. They know all about hiding treasures. No luck. Lounging on a sandy bed near the shamrock, the oysters explain that they only know about hiding pearls inside their shells. Mr. Fish's smile goes further upside down. How about the shipwreck? Says Mr. 8. In the hold of a sunken pirate ship, they find a chest of golden coins. Is this the treasure you are looking for? Asks Ms. Clam. No, says Mr. Fish. I'm going home, says a disappointed searcher heading toward Rainbow Reef. As Mr. Fish watches the small fish swim away, he has an idea. I think I know where my treasure is. He darts off and the others follow. At the end of Rainbow Reef, in a hidden hollow, Mr. Fish finds what he is seeking. A school of shimmering yellow butterfly fish. We've found the gold at the end of the rainbow, Mr. 8 declares. We thought it would be fun to play hide and seek, say the mischievous golden fish as they swirl back into Mr. Fish's pot, completing his costume. It is a happy parade home now that Mr. Fish is reunited with his little friends. What a lucky day, says a smiling Mr. Fish. Happy St. Patrick's Day to one and all. The pout-pout fish undersea alphabet. A is for angelfish. B is for bull shark. C is for clam. D is for dolphin. E is for elephant fish. F is for flatfish. G is for giant squid. H is for hammerhead shark. I is for isopod. J is for jellyfish. K is for krill. L is for lanternfish. M is for manatee. N is for narwhal. O is for octopus. P is for pout-pout fish. Q is for queen conch. R is for rainbow fish. S is for seahorse. T is for turtle. U is for unicorn fish. V is for viperfish. W is for whale. X is for X-ray tetra. Y is for yellowfin tuna. Z is for zebrafish. Prince Fly Guy by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy, and Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz! Chapter 1. One night, Buzz said, "I have homework to do. I have to write a fairy tale. Can you help me, Fly Guy?" "Yes." "Well," said Buzz, "how does this sound? Once upon a time." "Yes." "Okay," said Buzz. "Once upon a time, there was an ugly troll." "You don't like that?" "Well, what about a smelly pig herder?" "No? What about a handsome prince?" "Yes." "Okay," said Buzz. The handsome prince walked to the dark castle. "Maybe instead of walking," said Buzz, "what if he rode to the dark castle?" "No, I've got it. He flew to the dark castle." "Yes." Chapter 2. At the dark castle, said Buzz, the handsome prince ate cold porridge. Yucks! What if he kissed a frog? Gross! I've got it. He rescued a beautiful princess. Yes. But a giant lived in the dark castle. Yikes! Chapter 3. The giant chased the handsome prince and the beautiful princess. He knocked them down to the ground. The princess threw her crown. It hit the giant on the nose. Boink! Yes! The giant fell down. Oh, yes! He ran away. Ouch, 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 ouch! The prince and the princess flew home. They made matching crowns. Nice! And they lived happily ever after. Aww. The end, said Buzz. I like my fairy tale, said Buzz. Hey, want to write another one? Yes. Okay, once there was a hairy dwarf. Ride, Fly Guy, Ride by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. He named him Fly Guy. And Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz. Chapter 1. One day, Dad said, "Who wants to go for a ride?" "We do," said Buzz and Fly Guy. "Everyone buckle up," Dad said. Then they hit the road with the windows down. Buzz stuck his hand out the window and pretended it was an airplane. Suddenly, wind blew in the car and carried Fly Guy out of the window and into a passing truck. Chapter 2. Follow that truck! Cried Buzz. Meanwhile, in the truck, Fly Guy tumbled into the truck driver's mouth. Look. Tooey! The truck driver spit Fly Guy out the window and into a passing motorboat. Follow that boat! Cried Buzz. Meanwhile, on the boat, Fly Guy saw a man put a bug on a big hook. Fly Guy jumped overboard and onto a passing circus train. Follow that train! Cried Buzz. Meanwhile, on the train, Fly Guy surprised a sleepy elephant. The elephant blew him off the train and onto an airplane. Follow that airplane, cried Buzz. Meanwhile, on the airplane, the pilot saw Fly Guy and turned on the wipers. Follow Fly Guy, cried Buzz. Just then, a rocket roared up from the ground. Chapter 3. Follow that rocket, cried Buzz. Buzz and Dad landed. The rocket raced into space. Will Fly Guy survive? Asked Buzz. Yes. Fly Guy, you're here, cried Buzz. The rocket didn't take you to space. Dad said, let's ride home. And Fly Guy said, more rides. Room on the Broom by Julia Donaldson and Axel Scheffler. The witch had a cat and a hat that was black and long ginger hair in a braid down her back. How the cat purred and how the witch grinned as they sat on their broomstick and flew through the wind. But how the witch wailed and how the cat spat when the wind blew so wildly it blew off the hat. Down, cried the witch, and they flew to the ground. They searched for the hat, but no hat could be found. Then, out of the bushes, on thundering paws, there bounded a dog with the hat in his jaws. He dropped it politely, then eagerly said, as the witch pulled the hat firmly down on her head, I am a dog, as keen as can be. Is there room on the broom for a dog like me? Yes, cried the witch, and the dog clambered on. The witch tapped the broomstick, and whoosh, they were gone. Over the fields and the forests they flew. The dog wagged his tail, and the stormy wind blew. The witch laughed out loud and held on to her hat, but away blew the bow from her braid, just like that. Down, cried the witch, and they flew to the ground. They searched for the bow, but no bow could be found. Then, from a tree, with an ear-splitting shriek, there flapped a green bird with the bow in her beak. She dropped it politely and bent her head low, then said, as the witch tied her braid in the bow, I am a bird as green as can be. Is there room on the broom for a bird like me? Yes, cried the witch. So the bird fluttered on. The witch tapped the broomstick, and whoosh, they were gone. Over the reeds and the rivers they flew. The bird shrieked with glee, and the stormy wind blew. They shot through the sky to the back of beyond. The witch clutched her bow, but let go of her wand. Down, cried the witch, and they flew to the ground. They searched for the wand, but no wand could be found. Then, all of a sudden, from out of a pond leaped a dripping wet frog with a dripping wet wand. He dropped it politely, then said with a croak, as the witch dried the wand on a fold of her cloak, "I am a frog, as clean as can be. Is there room on the broom for a frog like me?" "Yes," said the witch. So the frog bounded on. The witch tapped the broomstick, and whoosh, they were gone. Over the moors and the mountains they flew. The frog jumped for joy, and the broom snapped in two. Down fell the cat and the dog and the frog. Down they went tumbling into a bog. The witch's half broomstick flew into a cloud, and the witch heard a roar that was scary and loud. "I am a dragon as mean as can be, and which with French fries tastes delicious to me." "No!" cried the witch, flying higher and higher. The dragon flew after her, breathing out fire. "Help!" cried the witch, flying down to the ground. She looked all around, but no help could be found. The dragon drew near with a glint in his eyes and said, "Just this once, I'll have witch without fries." But just as he planned to begin on his feast, from out of a ditch rose a horrible beast. It was tall, dark, and sticky, and feathered and furred. It had 4 frightful heads. It had wings like a bird. And its terrible voice, when it started to speak, was a yowl and a growl and a croak and a shriek. It dripped and it squelched as it strode from the ditch, and it said to the dragon, "Buzz off, that's my witch." The dragon drew back, and he started to shake. I'm sorry," he spluttered. I made a mistake. It's nice to have met you, but now I must fly." And he spread out his wings and was off through the sky. Then down flew the bird, and down jumped the frog. Down climbed the cat, and "Whew!" said the dog. "And thank you, oh thank you," the grateful witch cried. "Without you, I'd be in that dragon's inside." Then she filled up her cauldron and said with a grin, "Find something, everyone, throw something in." So the frog found a lily, the cat found a cone, the bird found a twig, and the dog found a bone. They threw them all in, and the witch stirred them well. And while she was stirring, she muttered a spell. Iggity, ziggity, zaggity, zoom. Then out rose a truly magnificent broom, with seats for the witch and the cat and the dog, a nest for the bird and a pool for the frog. "Yes!" cried the witch, and they all clambered on. The witch tapped the broomstick, and whoosh, they were gone. September 12th. We knew everything would be all right. Written and illustrated by first grade students of H. Byron Masterson Elementary in Kennett, Missouri. Meet the authors. On September 11th, 2001, many bad things happened. September 12th was a new day. We knew everything would be all right because the sun came up and the birds started to sing again. We came to school the same way. We knew everything would be all right when we saw our teacher smiling at the door. We said the pledge like always. We sang the national anthem very loudly. Our teacher sat and read us lots of good books. We had recess again. We knew everything would be all right because we had homework. 2 plus 2 still added up to 4. Our thought for the day became America United. We saw lots of flags. Red, white, and blue suddenly became everyone's favorite colors. On television, we heard our president tell us everything would be all right. On September 12th, our parents still tucked us in our warm, safe beds. Our parents talked to us about the bad things that had happened the day before. We knew we would be all right because our parents said they loved us. We knew everything would be all right because the stars and moon came out and America went to sleep. And the next morning, the sun came up again. Not the end. Star Wars: The Mandalorian, Allies and Enemies. Written by Brooke Vitale, art by Tomato Farm. Meet the Mandalorian and the child. These unlikely friends are on the run across the galaxy. This is Din Djarin. Most people call him Mando. Mando was a foundling. He was taken in by the Mandalorians when he was a small child. Mando is a bounty hunter. It is his job to track down wanted criminals. Mando never misses a bounty. He is the best bounty hunter in the galaxy. These are Mandalorians. Mandalorians are fierce warriors. They wear special armor made of Beskar steel. They also wear Beskar helmets. No one is allowed to see their faces. The armorer is a member of Mando's tribe. She is calm and wise. It is her job to make armor and weapons. Greef Karga is a leader of the Bounty Hunters Guild. Mando goes to Greef when he needs work. The client is a human. He has no known name. He worked with the Empire and reports to Moff Gideon. The client hires Mando to retrieve a bounty. He is eager to get his hand on the asset, alive or dead. Kuiil is an Ugnaught. He spent years enslaved to the Galactic Empire. Now, free at last, Quill just wants to be left in peace. It is he who helps Mando track down the bounty. Mando discovers his bounty is an alien child. Although Mando does his job and brings the bounty to the client, he cannot forget the child. He takes the child back, vowing to protect him. The child is a member of an unknown species. Little is known about his family or where he came from. Even at 50 years old, he is barely more than an infant. The child is force sensitive. He is able to stop creatures far larger than himself. He is also able to heal wounds. Using the force is hard on him. He often falls asleep after. Although he does not speak, the child makes friends easily. He likes playing by the water and eating frogs. The child is a foundling, but he trusts Mando. He knows that while he is in Mando's care, he is safe. Together, they form a clan of 2. Dr. Pershing is a scientist. He works for the client. Dr. Pershing studies the child, but does not want to hurt him. Dr. Pershing keeps the client from harming the child. IG-11 is a droid. He is also a bounty hunter. IG-11 is not permitted to be caught. If captured, he must self-destruct. IG-11 is reprogrammed by Quill. The new IG-11 is softer and kinder. When Mando returns with the child, IG-11 becomes a nurse droid. It is IG-11's job to take care of the child. IG-11 vows to let no harm come to the child, even if that means giving his own life. Cara Dune is an ex-soldier for the Rebel Alliance. Cara is a fierce fighter and not afraid to go into battle. Cara meets Mando on Sorgon. She thinks he is after her, so she attacks. The two soon make peace, and Cara becomes one of Mando's most trusted allies. Pelimoto is a mechanic at the spaceport of Mos Eisley on the planet Tatooine. Although Peli acts tough, she has a good heart. She comes to care for the child. Toro Calican is a bounty hunter who wants to join the guild. Toro is only out for himself. He turns on Mando at the first chance. Ranzar Malk used to be Mando's partner. Now Ran runs a space station. When one of his crew is captured, he calls on Mando for help. Xian is a Twi'lek. She is part of Ran's new crew. Xian is easily angered. She dislikes Mando, but she will do anything to save her brother Quinn. Moff Gideon spent many years as an officer for the Empire. He knows all about Mando. Gideon is ruthless. He wants the child, and he will do anything to get him. Gideon wields the dark saber, a weapon that once belonged to the Mandalorians. Mando and the child have met a lot of people on their adventures. Many have become allies, many have become enemies, and many more they have yet to meet. Super Fly Guy by Ted Arnold. A boy had a pet fly. The fly was named Fly Guy. Fly Guy could say the boy's name. Buzz! Chapter 1. One day, Fly Guy went to school with Buzz. Fly Guy learned about reading and phonics. He learned about art. Does, fuzz, whiz. Then it was lunchtime. Fly Guy loved the lunchroom. He loved the dirty dishes. He loved the smelly mop. He loved the garbage cans. Fly Guy met the lunch lady. Her name was Roz. No flies in the lunchroom, Roz said. Fly Guy said, Roz. This fly is smart, said Roz. He knows my name. She fed Fly Guy chicken bones and fish heads and sour milk. Fly Guy was happy. Chapter 2. Roz's boss was not happy. The children cannot eat in a room full of flies, he said. You are fired. Roz was sad. Fly Guy was sad. Buzz and the children were sad because Roz was a good cook. The next day, Roz was gone. Miss Muzzle was the new lunch lady. She made burnt peas and turnips. No one in school ate lunch, not even Fly Guy, who ate almost anything. Everyone missed Roz. Even the boss missed Roz. That night, Buzz made a plan. Chapter 3. The next day, Fly Guy went to school again. In the lunchroom, Fly Guy said, Miss Muzz. Miss Muzzle looked up. Fly Guy boinked her on the nose. Boink. Miss Muzzle cried, No flies in my lunchroom. She grabbed her swatter and swung. She missed. She missed again. She missed again. She missed again. She missed again. The boss was not happy. The children cannot eat in this mess, he said. You are fired. The next day, Roz was back. You are a super Fly Guy. Roz. Roz made a special garbage soup for Super Fly Guy. Fly Guy was happy. Everyone was happy. Sweet Dreams Pout Pout Fish by Deborah Dyson. Pictures by Dan Hanna. Drowsy Mr. Fish, such a tired, sleepy head. Time to get ready for your cozy seaweed bed. Brush your fishy teeth, scrub your fishy face. Fetch your snoozy snuggly from its comfy cubby place. Now a story and a song and a sweet dreams wish. The Cat in the Hat by Dr. Seuss. The sun did not shine. It was too wet to play. So we sat in the house all that cold, cold, wet day. I sat there with Sally. We sat there, we two. And I said, how I wish we had something to do. Too wet to go out and too cold to play ball. So we sat in the house. We did nothing at all. So all we could do was to sit, 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 sit. And we did not like it, not one little bit. And then something went bump. How that bump made us jump. We looked. Then we saw him step in on the mat. We looked and we saw him, the cat in the hat. And he said to us, why do you sit there like that? I know it is wet and the sun is not sunny, but we can have lots of good fun that is funny. I know some good games we could play, said the cat. I know some new tricks, said the cat in the hat. A lot of good tricks. I will show them to you. Your mother will not mind at all if I do. Then Sally and I did not know what to say. Our mother was out of the house for the day. But our fish said, no, no, make that cat go away. Tell that cat in the hat you do not want to play. He should not be here. He should not be about. He should not be here when your mother is out. Now, now, have no fear, said the cat. My tricks are not bad, said the cat in the hat. Why, we can have lots of good fun if you wish, with a game that I call Up, Up with a Fish. Put me down, said the fish. This is no fun at all. Put me down, said the fish. I do not wish to fall. Have no fear, said the cat. I will not let you fall. I will hold you up high as I stand on a ball, with a book on one hand and a cup on my hat. But that is not all I can do, said the cat. Look at me now, said the cat, with a cup and a cake on the top of my hat. I can hold up 2 books. I can hold up the fish and a little toy ship and some milk on a dish. And look, I can hop up and down on the ball. But that is not all. Oh no, that is not all. Look at me, look at me, look at me now. It is fun to have fun, but you have to know how. I can hold up the cup and the milk and the cake. I can hold up these books and the fish on a rake. I can hold the toy ship and a little toy man. And look, with my tail, I can hold a red fan. I can fan with the fan as I hop on the ball. But that is not all. Oh no, that is not all. That is what the cat said when he fell on his head. He came down with a bump from up there on the ball, and Sally and I, we saw all the things fall. And our fish came down too. He fell into a pot. He said, do I like this? Oh no, I do not. This is not a good game, said our fish as he lit. No, I do not like it, not one little bit. Now look what you did, said the fish to the cat. Now look at this house. Look at this. Look at that. You sank our toy ship, sank it deep in the cake. You shook up our house, and you bent our new rake. You should not be here when our mother is not. You get out of this house, said the fish in the pot. But I like to be here. Oh, I like it a lot, said the cat in the hat to the fish in the pot. I will not go away. I do not wish to go. And so, said the cat in the hat, so, I will show you another good game that I know. And then he ran out. And then, fast as a fox, the cat in the hat came back in with a box. A big red wood box. It was shut with a hook. Now look at this trick, said the cat. Take a look. Then he got up on top with the tip of his hat. I call this game Fun in a Box, said the cat. In this box are two things I will show to you now. You will like these two things, said the cat with a bow. I will pick up the hook. You will see something new. Two things, and I call them thing one and thing two. These things will not bite you. They want to have fun. Then out of the box came thing two and thing one. And they ran to us fast. They said, how do you do? Would you like to shake hands with thing one and thing two? And Sally and I did not know what to do. So we had to shake hands with thing one and thing two. We shook their two hands, but our fish said, no, those things should not be in this house. Make them go. They should not be here when your mother is not. Put them out, said the fish in the pot. Have no fear, little fish, said the cat in the hat. These things are good things. And he gave them a pat. They are tame, oh so tame. They have come here to play. They will give you some fun on this wet day. Now, here is a game that they like, said the cat. They like to fly kites, said the cat in the hat. No, not in the house, said the fish in the pot. They should not fly kites in a house, they should not. Oh, the things they will bump. Oh, the things they will hit. Oh, I do not like it, not one little bit. Then Sally and I saw them run down the hall. We saw those two things bump their kites on the wall. Bump, thump, thump, bump, down the wall in the hall. Thing two and thing one, they ran up, they ran down. On the string of one kite, we saw Mother's new gown, her gown with the dots that are pink, white, and red. Then we saw one kite bump on the head of her bed. Then those things ran about with big bumps, jumps, and kicks, and with hops and big thumps, and all kinds of bad tricks. And I said, I do not like the way that they play. If Mother could see this, oh, what would she say? Then our fish said, look, and our fish shook with fear. Your mother is on her way home, do you hear? Oh, what will she do to us? What will she say? Oh, she will not like it to find us this way. So do something fast, said the fish. Do you hear? I saw her, your mother. Your mother is near. So as fast as you can, think of something to do. You will have to get rid of thing one and thing two. So as fast as I could, I went after my net, And I said, with my net I can get them, I bet. I bet with my net I can get those things yet. Then I let down my net. It came down with a plop. And I had them, at last. Those two things had to stop. Then I said to the cat, now you do as I say. You pack up those things and you take them away. Oh dear, said the cat, you did not like our game. Oh dear, what a shame, what a shame, what a shame. Then he shut up the things in the box with the hook, and the cat went away with a sad kind of look. That is good, said the fish. He has gone away, yes. But your mother will come. She will find this big mess. And this mess is so big and so deep and so tall, we cannot pick it up. There is no way at all. And then, who was back in the house? Why, the cat. Have no fear of this mess, said the cat in the hat. I always pick up all my playthings, and so I will show you another good trick that I know. Then we saw him pick up all the things that were down. He picked up the cake and the rake and the gown, and the milk and the strings and the books and the dish, and the fan and the cup, and the ship and the fish, and he put them away. Then he said, that is that. And then he was gone with a tip of his hat. Then our mother came in, and she said to us two, did you have any fun? Tell me, what did you do? And Sally and I did not know what to say. Should we tell her the things that went on there that day? Should we tell her about it? Now what should we do? Well, what would you do if your mother asked you? The Crayons Book of Numbers, from the creators of the #1 best-selling The Day the Crayons Quit, Drew DeWalt and Oliver Jeffers. Duncan's 10 crayons have gone missing. Can you help find them for him and count along the way? 1 crayon. Start coloring inside the lines. 1. 2 crayons. I like coloring crocodiles. 1, 2. 3 crayons. I am the true color of the sun. 1, 2, 3. 4 crayons. Don't listen to yellow crayon. I am the true color of the sun. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 crayons. I'm tired of being called light brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 crayons. Could you please use me sometime to color in a dinosaur? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7 crayons. Being the favorite color can be tough sometimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 crayons. I need a rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 crayons. I can do more than just outline things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 crayons. Elephants are a big space to color all by myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hooray! You found all 10 of Duncan's crayons. Duncan and his crayons are very happy. Let's count to 10 again together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Great job! The Crayons Book of Feelings, from the creators of the #1 best-selling The Day the Crayons Quit, Drew DeWalt and Oliver Jeffers. The crayons have so many feelings. Have you ever felt the way they do? Happy, sad, excited, invisible, scared, grumpy, and a bit tired. Brave, but a little worried. Curious, and shy at the same time. It's okay to have different feelings all at once. The Day You Begin by Jacqueline Woodson, illustrated by Rafael Lopez. There will be times when you walk into a room and no one there is quite like you. Maybe it will be your skin, your clothes, or the curl of your hair. There will be times when no one understands the way words curl from your mouth, the beautiful language of the country you left behind. My name is Rigoberto. We just moved here from Venezuela. And because they don't understand, the classroom will fill with laughter until the teacher quiets everyone. Rigoberto from Venezuela. Your teacher says so soft and beautifully that your name and homeland sound like flowers blooming, the first bright notes of a song. There will be times when the words don't come. Your own voice, once huge, now smaller, when the teacher asks, "What did you do last summer?" Tell the class your story. "We went to France," Trayla says. "These shells came from a beach in Maine. A boy named Jonathan holds out a jar filled with tiny shells so fragile they look like they'll turn to dust in your own untraveled hands." My whole family went to India, Spain, South Carolina. Each souvenir a small triumph of a journey. Their travels going on and on. And as you stand in front of that room, you can only remember how the heat waved as it lifted off the curb, and your days spent at home caring for your little sister, who made you laugh out loud and hugged you hard at nap time. You can only remember the books you kept on reading long after she had fallen to sleep. And in that room, where no one else is quite like you, you'll look down at your own empty hands and wonder, what good is this when other students were flying and sailing and going somewhere? There will be times when the lunch your mother packed for you is too strange or too unfamiliar for others to love as you do. When even your own friend Nadia will wrinkle her nose and say, "What's in there anyway?" And you'll wonder how she doesn't see the rice beneath the meat and kimchi. You'll wonder why she doesn't remember that rice is the most popular food in the world. There will be times when the climbing bars are too high, the run is too fast and far. The game isn't one you can ever really play. I don't want him on our team. You can watch. Maybe you can have a turn later. There will be times when the world feels like a place that you're standing all the way outside of. And all that stands beside you is your own brave self, steady as steel and ready, even though you don't yet know what you're ready for. There will be times when you walk into a room and no one there is quite like you until the day you begin to share your stories. My name is Angelina, and I spent my whole summer with my little sister, you tell the class, your voice stronger than it was a minute ago. Reading books and telling stories, and even though we were right on our block, it was like we got to go everywhere. Your name is like my sister's, Rigoberto says. Her name is Angelina too. And all at once, in the room where no one else is quite like you, the world opens itself up a little wider to make some space for you. This is the day you begin to find the places inside your laughter and your lunches, your books, your travel and your stories, where every new friend has something a little like you, and something else so fabulously not quite like you at all. The Day the Crayons Quit by Drew DeWalt. Pictures by Oliver Jeffers. One day in class, Duncan went to take out his crayons and found a stack of letters with his name on them. To Duncan. Hey Duncan, it's me, Red Crayon. We need to talk. You make me work harder than any of your other crayons. All year long, I wear myself out coloring fire engines, apples, strawberries, and everything else that's red. I even work on holidays. I have to color all the Santas at Christmas and all the hearts on Valentine's Day. I need a rest. Your overworked friend, Red Crayon. Dear Duncan, all right, listen. I love that I'm your favorite crayon for grapes, dragons, and wizards' hats, But it makes me crazy that so much of my gorgeous color goes outside the lines. If you don't start coloring inside the lines soon, I'm going to completely lose it. Your very neat friend, Purple Crayon. Dear Duncan, I'm tired of being called light brown or dark tan because I am neither. I am beige and I am proud. I'm also tired of being second place to Mr. Brown Crayon. It's not fair that Brown gets all the bears, ponies, and puppies, while the only things I get are turkey dinners, if I'm lucky, and wheat. And let's be honest, when was the last time you saw a kid excited about coloring wheat? Your beige friend, Beige Crayon. Duncan, Gray Crayon here. You're killing me. I know you love elephants, and I know that elephants are gray, but that's a lot of space to color in all by myself. And don't even get me started on your rhinos, hippos, and humpback whales. You know how tired I am after handling one of those things. Such big animals. Baby penguins are gray, you know. So are very tiny rocks, pebbles. How about one of those once in a while to give me a break? You're very tired, friend, Gray Crayon. Dear Duncan, you color with me, but why? Most of the time, I'm the same color as the page you are using me on, white. If I didn't have a black outline, you wouldn't even know I was there. I'm not even in the rainbow. I'm only used to color snow or to fill in empty space between other things, and it leaves me feeling, well, empty. We need to talk. Your empty friend, White Crayon. White Cat in the Snow by Duncan. Hi, Duncan. I hate being used to draw the outline of things that are colored in by other colors, all of which think they're brighter than me. It's not fair when you use me to draw a nice beach ball and then fill in the colors of the ball with all the other crayons. How about a black beach ball sometime? Is that too much to ask? Your friend, Black Crayon. Dear Duncan, as Green Crayon, I am writing for 2 reasons. One is to say that I like my workloads of crocodiles, trees, dinosaurs, and frogs. I have no problems and wish to congratulate you on a very successful coloring things green career so far. The second reason I write is for my friends, Yellow Crayon and Orange Crayon, who are no longer speaking to each other. Both crayons feel they should be the color of the sun. Please settle this soon, because they're driving the rest of us crazy. Your happy friend, Green Crayon. Dear Duncan, Yellow Crayon here. I need you to tell Orange Crayon that I am the color of the sun. I would tell him, but we are no longer speaking, and I can prove I'm the color of the sun too. Last Tuesday, you used me to color in the sun on your Happy Farm coloring book. In case you've forgotten, it's on page 7. You can't miss me. I'm shining down brilliantly on a field of yellow corn, your pal, and the true color of the sun, Yellow Crayon. Dear Duncan, I see Yellow Crayon already talked to you. The big whiner. Anyway, Could you please tell Mr. Tattletale that he is not the color of the sun? I would, but we are no longer speaking. We both know I am clearly the color of the sun because on Thursday you used me to color the sun on both the Monkey Island and the Meet the Zookeeper pages in your Day at the Zoo coloring book. Aren't you glad I'm here? Ha! Your pal and the real color of the sun. Orange crayon. Dear Duncan, it has been great being your favorite color this past year, and the year before, and the year before that. I have really enjoyed all those oceans, lakes, rivers, raindrops, rain clouds, and clear skies. But the bad news is that I am so short and stubby, I can't even see over the railing in the crayon box anymore. I need a break. Your very stubby friend, Blue Crayon. Duncan. Okay, listen here, kid. You have not used me once in the past year. It's because you think I'm a girl's color, isn't it? Speaking of which, please tell your little sister I said thank you for using me to color in her little princess coloring book. I think she did a fabulous job of staying inside the lines. Now, back to us. Could you please use me sometime to color the occasional pink dinosaur, or monster, or cowboy? Goodness knows they could use a splash of color. Your unused friend, Pink Crayon. Hey Duncan, it's me, Peach Crayon. Why did you peel off my paper wrapping? Now I'm naked and too embarrassed to leave the crayon box. I don't even have any underwear. How would you like to go to school naked? I need some clothes. Help! Your naked friend, Peach Crayon. Well, poor Duncan just wanted to color. And of course he wanted his crayons to be happy. And that gave him an idea. When Duncan showed his teacher his new picture, she gave him an A for coloring. And an A+ for creativity. The Day the Crayons Came Home by Drew Daywalt and Oliver Jeffers. One day, Duncan and his crayons were happily coloring together when a strange stack of postcards arrived for him in the mail. Dear Duncan, not sure if you remember me. My name is Maroon Crayon. You only colored with me once to draw a scab, but whatever. Anyway, you lost me 2 years ago in the couch. Then your dad sat on me and broke me in half. I never would have survived had Paperclip not nursed me back to health. I'm finally better, so come get me. And can Paperclip come too? He's really holding me together. Sincerely, your marooned crayon, Maroon Crayon. From Duncan's bedroom upstairs, this house. Dear Duncan, no one likes peas. No one even likes the color pea green. So I'm changing my name and running away to see the world. Sincerely, Esteban the Magnificent, the crayon formerly known as pea green. Hi, Duncan. It's me, Neon Red Crayon. Remember that great vacation we had with your family? Remember how we laughed when we drew a picture of your dad's sunburn? Remember dropping me by the hotel pool when you left? Clearly you do not, because I'm still here. How could you miss me? Anyway, after 8 months waiting for you to come get me, I guess I'm walking back. Your left behind friend, Neon Red Crayon. Duncan! It is us! Yellow and orange! We know we used to argue over which of us was the color of the sun. But guess what? Neither of us wants to be the color of the sun anymore. Not since we were left outside and the sun melted us together. You know the real color of the sun? Hot, that's what. We're sorry for arguing. You can make green the sun for all we care. Just bring us home. You're not so sunny friends, yellow and orange. Hey, Duncan. I'm sure you don't recognize me after the horrors I've been through. I think I was tan crayon or maybe burnt sienna. I don't know. I can't tell anymore. Have you ever been eaten by a dog and puked up on the living room rug? Because I have been eaten by a dog and puked up on the rug. Duncan, and it's not pretty. Not pretty at all. I'm more carpet fuzz than crayon now. Can you please bring me back? Your undigestible friend, tan or possibly burnt sienna crayon. Dearest Duncan, could you please open the front door? I still need to see the world. Sincerely, Esteban the Magnificent. Hey, Duncan. Remember last Halloween we told your little brother there was a ghost under the basement stairs? Then we drew that scary stuff on the wall? Sure was funny when he ran screaming, right? But it wasn't so funny when you forgot to take me out of the basement. Please come get me. I'm kind of terribly horrified. Your scared friend, glow-in-the-dark crayon. Dear Duncan, looks like I'm almost home. Been through China, Canada, and France, I think. Just crossing New Jersey by camel now. New Jersey has giant pyramids, right? See you soon, Neon Red Crayon. Next stop, the North Pole, I think. Duncan, does page 8 of Pirate Island ring a bell? Kind of a big payday for Captain Greenbeard there, don't you think? And no bronze or silver in that pile, huh? I told you it'd make me blunt if you colored each coin individually, but would you listen? No. I also told you those stupid crayon sharpeners never work. Did you listen to that? Also, no. Now I can't color anything at all. Your pointless friend, Gold Crayon. Dear Duncan, I've seen the world. It's rainy. I'm coming back. Esteban the Magnificent. Hi, Duncan. You're probably wondering why my head is stuck to your sock. A question I ask myself every day. Well, it's because last week you left me in your pocket and I ended up in the dryer. I landed on your sock and now he's stuck to my head. Can you please come get me? Also, why does everything you wear still smell even after it's washed? Your stinky, socky, stucky, on-head buddy, Turquoise Crayon. P.S. Sock says hi. Tell him I said hi. Dear Mr. Duncan, I know I'm not your crayon. I know I belong to your baby brother, but I can't take him anymore. In the last week alone, he's bitten the top of my head, put me in the cat's nose, drawn on the wall, and tried to color garbage with me. The worst part is he is a terrible artist. I can't tell what his drawings are. Donkeys? Monkeys? Donkey monkeys? Picasso said every child is an artist, but I don't know. I don't think he met your brother. Please rescue me. Your desperate friend, Big Chunky Toddler Crayon. Duncan, greetings from the Amazon rainforest. Making great time. I think I'm almost home. Neon Red Crayon. Hello, Duncan. It's me, Brown Crayon. You know exactly why I ran away, buddy. Everyone thinks I get all the great coloring jobs. Candy bars, puppies, ponies. Lucky me, right? But they don't know what else you used me to color, do they? I didn't think so. The rest of that drawing was great, but did it really need that final brown scribble? I'll come back, but please, let's stick to candy bars, okay? Your very embarrassed friend, Brown Crayon. Bear Goes in the Woods by Duncan. Duncan was sad to learn of all the crayons he'd lost, forgotten, broken, or neglected over the years. So he ran around gathering them up. But Duncan's crayons were all so damaged and differently shaped than they used to be that they no longer fit in the crayon box. So Duncan had an idea. He built a place where each crayon would always feel at home. There's no dogs down there, are there? Nope, no turkeys either. Oh, you flatter me, but it's not real chocolate. Let's have a party. But it's not really blue, more lilac. This one is from my blue period. I think that door is for us. Ah, there you are. I could use a haircut. No, I think everyone is welcome. Hope there isn't a metal detector. Looks good, lads. I'm Ted. Ooh, I think he goes by Ted. Who are you wearing? Make sure it's straight. And then, in Cleveland, I got to hike the Great Wall of China. The Footbook by Dr. Seuss. Left foot, right foot, right. Feet in the morning, feet at night. Left foot, left foot, right. Wet foot, dry foot, high foot, low foot. Front feet, back feet, red feet, black feet. Left foot, right foot, feet, feet, feet. How many feet you meet? Slow feet, quick feet, trick feet, sick feet. Up feet, down feet, here come clown feet. Small feet, big feet, Here come pig feet. His feet, her feet, fuzzy fur feet. In the house and on the street, how many, many feet you meet. Up in the air feet, over a chair feet. More and more feet, 24 feet. Here come more and more feet. Left foot, right foot, feet, feet, feet. Oh, how many feet you meet. The Invisible Boy by Trudy Ludwig, illustrated by Patrice Barton. Can you see Brian, the invisible boy? Even Mrs. Carlotti has trouble noticing him in her classroom. She's too busy dealing with Nathan and Sophie. Nathan has problems with what Mrs. Carlotti calls volume control. He uses his outside voice inside too much. Sophie whines and complains when she doesn't get her way. Nathan and Sophie take up a lot of space. Brian doesn't. When the bell rings for recess, Micah and JT take turns choosing kids for their kickball teams. The best players get picked first. Then the best friends of the best players. Then the friends of the best friends. Only Brian is left, still waiting and hoping. JT glances in Brian's direction and just as quickly looks away. We've got enough players for each team, he tells the others. Let's play ball! In the cafeteria, Madison and her friends talk about her birthday party. The rope swing over the pool was awesome, says JT. Yeah, so was the water slide, adds Fiona. That was the best pool party ever. I'm so glad you guys had fun, says Madison. Everybody did, except Brian. He wasn't invited. At choosing time, while the other kids played board games and read, Brian sits at his table doing what he loves to do best. He draws fire-breathing dragons, scaling tall buildings. Thank you for toasting my marshmallow. Space aliens locked in intergalactic battles. I gotcha now. Greedy pirates digging for treasure. Crackers. Arrgh. Yay! And superheroes with the power to make friends wherever they go. Hi, friend, have a cookie. Hi. On Monday morning, Mrs. Carlotti introduces Justin, a new student to the class. Brian smiles shyly at him. Some of the other kids sneak looks at Justin, trying to figure out if he's cool enough to be their friend. They haven't quite made up their minds yet. At lunch, Madison and JT watch Justin eat with chopsticks. What's that? Asks Madison, as she points at Justin's food. It's bulgogi. Bul what? Bulgogi. It's Korean barbecued beef. My grandma made it for me. It's really good. Do you want to try some? There's no way I'd eat boogergi. And the kids laugh. All of them, that is, except Brian. He sits there wondering which is worse, being laughed at or feeling invisible. The next day, when Justin goes to his cubby to put away his backpack, he notices a piece of paper with his name on it. Justin, I thought the bulgogi looked good. Brian, yum. At morning recess, Brian finds a piece of chalk on the ground and starts drawing away. You're Brian, right? Yeah. Thanks for the note. Hey, Justin, Emilio calls out from the tetherball court. You're up next. Sorry, I gotta go, says Justin. By the way, that's a really cool drawing, he adds before taking off. Back in class, Mrs. Carlotti asked the kids to team up in 2s or 3s for a special project. The kids scurry around the room to pair off. Brian heads toward Justin. I'm already with Justin, says Emilio. Find someone else. Brian looks at the floor, wishing he could draw a hole right there to swallow him up. Mrs. Carlotti said we can have up to 3 people in our group. We're only 2. Come on, Emilio, let him work with us. Okay, I guess. Mrs. Carlotti gives the class directions for the project. Your assignment is to work together to write a story about what you see in that photograph. Use your imagination and have fun. Whoa, cool, says Emilio. What kind of people do you think would live in houses like that? I don't know, but I bet Brian could draw them to go with our story, says Justin. Brian smiles as he takes out his lucky pen. The cricket story we made up on the spot. It's lunchtime again, Brian's least favorite part of the day. Another 20 long minutes of kids talking and laughing with everyone else but him. Brian, he hears someone shout. Hey, Brian, over here. Brian turns and sees Justin waving him over. Emilio nods at Brian as he makes room for him at the table. Cookie? Thanks. Maybe, just maybe, Brian's not so invisible after all. The Little Chapel That Stood by A.B. Curtis. Illustrated by Murto Golino. Around the chapel of Old St. Paul blow the dancing leaves of the coming fall. In the morning breeze they leap and fly beneath the towers that scrape the sky. George Washington's family worshipped here. Alexander Hamilton's grave lies near. Since 1766 has stood this house of God and bricks, solid and steadfast as time whirled around it, unchanged since horse and carriage found it. A solace to presidents, help to the poor, no one was ever turned from its door. An immigrant's refuge, a sojourner's peace, where hope is born and sorrows cease. As the centuries passed and the city grew dense, its buildings grew higher and wider, immense, and tallest and grandest, the city's great pride, The New York Twin Towers rose up by its side. The stress of power, the rush of people, found comfort and rest beneath its steeple. But doom, doom was coming all the time. Doom, doom to a city fair and fine. Doom, doom was in the plains that climbed. Doom, doom, and then the sirens whined. Two planes hijacked by a terrorist crew struck the Twin Towers. No warning, no clue. Who thought it could happen or knew what to do? Firemen came and New York's men in blue. Through the flying glass and smoke and din, thousands rushed out as these brave men rushed in. On the stairwell to safety, there was no stranger. Each helped the other flee from the danger. And some who climbed down, remember clear cut, the faces of firemen climbing up. And then, oh, unthinkable thought, they fell. One tower, the other, they fell. They fell with a rush, and they fell with a roar. The sky was blank where they'd been before. And more was lost than who can say. It was our hearts came down that day. Through the clouds of black, no one could see how far spread this calamity. The giants around it had come to a fall. But not the chapel of old St. Paul. It was something of wonder, a symbol of grace. The steeple still there, not a brick out of place. Some say the giant sycamore wood had saved the little chapel that stood. The old chandeliers that they'd packed away through 2 world wars, they did not sway. Then the crystals reflected a busy scene when the doors opened up to the rescue team. There were firemen's shoes on the old iron fence where they'd earlier hung them in haste, quick and tense, as they pulled on their boots and raced to the towers, climbing melting steel to flaming showers. Oh, what gallant men did we lose, who never came back to get their shoes. Ground Zero smoldered, dark and grim. Our hearts stood still. Then we pitched in. Helpers brought shovels and pails or pans. If they had nothing else, they dug with their hands to clear the mountain of crumpled steel from a nightmare that was all too real. New York is the greatest city in the world, said the mayor. It has the greatest people, and we will never let a bunch of terrorists make us fearful. Rescuers worked through the night and the day. In the chapel they'd pause, then go on their way. A hot cup of coffee, something to eat. Here the firemen, welders, policemen would meet. All would come to rest from their labor, volunteer, doctor, brother, neighbor. Policemen and firemen led the way, but other heroes braved that day. Passengers flying on Flight 93 said goodbye, I love you, to their family, and fought the terrorists right to the ground. Was the White House where their plane was bound? We raised up the flag from the dust and the pain. Freedoms that lost must be won again. Each one of us is a link in that chain to do something grand or to do something plain. First we take heart, then we take aim. Our littlest good deed is never in vain. Working together is how we got through it. Little by little, we learned how to do it. It's nice to be big, and it's nice to be tall. But sometimes being little doesn't mean being small. Just like the chapel of old St. Paul, hear the bells of freedom and what they say. Terror may come, but it will not stay. It will shake our world, but we will not sway. It will block the path, but we'll find our way. Free beneath the stars that shine both night and day. The Lorax by Dr. Seuss. At the far end of town where the grickle grass grows, and the wind smells slow and sour when it blows, and no birds ever sing excepting old crows, is the street of the lifted Lorax. And deep in the grickle grass, some people say, if you look deep enough, you can still see today where the Lorax once stood just as long as it could before somebody lifted the Lorax away. What was the Lorax? And why was it there? And why was it lifted and taken somewhere? From the far end of town where the grickle grass grows, the old Onceler still lives here. Ask him. He knows. You won't see the Onceler. Don't knock at his door. He stays in his lurkum on top of his store. He lurks in his lurkum, cold under the roof, where he makes his own clothes out of muffered moof. And on special dank midnights in August he peeks out of the shutters, and sometimes he speaks and tells how the Lorax was lifted away. He'll tell you, perhaps, if you're willing to pay. On the end of a rope, he lets down a tin pail, and you have to toss in 15 cents and a nail, and the shell of a great-great-great-grandfather snail. Then he pulls up the pail, makes a most careful count to see if you've paid him the proper amount. Then he hides what you paid him away in his snub, his secret strange hole in his grovulous glove. Then he grunts, I will call you by whisper-ma-phone, for the secrets I tell are for your ears alone. Slup! Down slups the whisper-ma-phone to your ear, and the old Onceler's whispers are not very clear, since they have come down through a snurgly hose, and he sounds as if he had smallish bees up his nose. Now I tell you, he says, with his teeth sounding gray, how the Lorax got lifted and taken away. It all started way back, such a long, long time back. Way back in the days when the grass was still green and the pond was still wet and the clouds were still clean and the song of the swanny swans rang out in space, one morning I came to this glorious place. And I first saw the trees, the truffula trees, the bright-colored tufts of the truffula trees, mile after mile in the fresh morning breeze. And under the trees I saw brown barbaloots, frisking about in their barbaloot suits, as they played in the shade and ate truffula fruits. From the ripulous pond came the comfortable sound of the humming fish humming while splashing around. But those trees, those truffula trees, all my life I'd been searching for trees such as these. The touch of their tufts was much softer than silk, and they had the sweet smell of fresh butterfly milk. I felt a great leaping of joy in my heart. I knew just what I'd do. I unloaded my cart. In no time at all, I had built a small shop. Then I chopped down a truffula tree with one chop, and with great skillful skill and with great speedy speed, I took the soft tuft and I knitted a thneed. The instant I'd finished, I heard a gazump. I looked. I saw something pop out of the stump of the tree I'd chopped down. It was sort of a man. Describe him? That's hard. I don't know if I can. He was shortish and oldish and brownish and mossy, and he spoke with a voice that was sharpish and bossy. "Mister," he said with a sawdusty sneeze, "I am the Lorax. I speak for the trees. I speak for the trees have no tongues, and I'm asking you, sir, at the top of my lungs." He was very upset as he shouted and puffed. "What's that thing you've made out of my truffula tuft?" "Look, Lorax," I said, "there's no cause for alarm. I chopped just one tree. I am doing no harm. I'm being quite useful. This thing is a thneed. A thneed's a fine something that all people need. It's a shirt, it's a sock, it's a glove, it's a hat, but has other uses. Yes, far beyond that. You can use it for carpets, for pillows, for sheets, or curtains, or covers for bicycle seats." The Lorax said, "Sir, you are crazy with greed. There is no one on earth who would buy that fool thneed." But the very next minute I proved he was wrong, for just at that minute a chap came along, and he thought that the thneed I had knitted was great. He happily bought it for $3.98. I laughed at the Lorax. "You poor, stupid guy, you can never tell what some people will buy." "I repeat," cried the Lorax, "I speak for the trees." "I'm busy," I told him. "Shut up, if you please." I rushed across the room in no time at all. Built a radio phone, I put in a quick call. I called my brothers and uncles and aunts, and I said, "Listen here. Here's a wonderful chance for the whole Wentzler family to get mighty rich. Get over here fast. take the road to North Nitch, turn left at Weehawken, sharp right at South Stitch. And in no time at all, in the factory I built, the whole Wensler family was working full tilt. We were all knitting thneeds, just as busy as bees, to the sound of the chopping of truffula trees. Then, oh, baby, oh, how my business did grow. Now chopping one tree at a time was too slow. So I quickly invented my super axe hacker, which whacked off 4 truffula trees at one smacker. We were making thneeds 4 times as fast as before, and that Lorax, he didn't show up anymore. But the next week he knocked on my new office door. He snapped, "I'm the Lorax who speaks for the trees, which you seem to be chopping as fast as you please. But I'm also in charge of the brown barbaloots who played in the shade in their barbaloot suits and happily lived eating truffula fruits. Now, thanks to your hacking my trees to the ground, there's not enough truffula fruit to go round, and my poor barbaloots are all getting the crummies because they have gas and no food in their tummies." They loved living here, but I can't let them stay. They'll have to find food, and I hope that they may. Good luck, boys, he cried, and he sent them away. I, the Wensler, felt sad as I watched them all go, but business is business, and business must grow, regardless of crummies and tummies, you know. I meant no harm, I most truly did not, but I had to grow bigger, so bigger I got. I biggered my factory, I biggered my roads, I biggered my wagons, I biggered the loads of the thneeds I shipped out. I was shipping them forth to the south, to the east, to the west, to the north. I went right on biggering, selling more thneeds, and I biggered my money, which everyone needs. Then again he came back. I was fixing some pipes when that old nuisance Lorax came back with more gripes. "I am the Lorax." He coughed and he whiffed. He sneezed and he snuffled. He snargled, he sniffed. "Wensler!" he cried with a cruffulous croak. "Wensler! You're making such smogulous smoke. My poor swammy swams, why they can't sing a note. No one can sing who has smog in his throat." "And so," said the Lorax, "please pardon my cough. They cannot live here, so I'm sending them off. Where will they go? I don't hopefully know. They may have to fly for a month or a year to escape from the smog you've smogged up around here." "What's more," snapped the Lorax, his dander was up, "let me say a few words about Gluppity-Glup. Your machinery chugs on day and night without stop, making Gluppity-Glup and Schloppity-Schlop. And what do you do with this leftover goo? I'll show you, you dirty old Wensler man, you. You're glumping the pond where the humming fish hummed. No more can they hum, for their gills are all gummed. So I'm sending them off. Oh, their future is dreary. They'll walk on their fins and get woefully weary, in search of some water that isn't so smeary. And then I I got mad. I got terribly mad. I yelled at the Lorax. Now listen here, Dad. All you do is yap and say bad, 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 bad. Well, I have my rights, sir, and I'm telling you, I intend to go on doing just what I do. And for your information, you Lorax, I'm figuring I'm biggering and biggering and biggering and biggering, turning more truffula trees into thneeds, which everyone needs. And at that very moment, we heard a loud whack. From outside in the fields came a sickening smack of an axe on a tree. Then we heard the tree fall, the very last truffula tree of them all. No more trees, no more thneeds, no more work to be done. So in no time my uncles and aunts, every one, all waved me goodbye. They jumped into my cars and drove away under the smoke-smuggered stars. Now all that was left 'neath the bad-smelling sky was my big empty factory, the Lorax and I. The Lorax said nothing, just gave me a glance, just gave me a very sad, sad backward glance as he lifted himself by the seat of his pants. And I'll never forget the grim look on his face when he hoisted himself and took leave of this place through a hole in the smog without leaving a trace. And all that the Lorax left here in this mess was a small pile of rocks with one word, unless. Whatever that meant, well, I just couldn't guess. That was long, long ago, but each day since that day I've sat here worried and worried away. Through the years while my buildings have fallen apart, I've worried about it with all of my heart. But now, says the Onceler, now that you're here, the word of the Lorax seems perfectly clear, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot. Nothing is going to get better. It's not. So, catch, calls the Onceler. He lets something fall. It's a truffula seed. It's the last one of all. You're in charge of the last of the truffula seeds, and truffula trees are what everyone needs. Plant a new truffula, treat it with care, give it clean water and feed it fresh air. Grow a forest, protect it from axes that hack. Then the Lorax and all of his friends may come back. Thomas and Friends, The Lost Ship, based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Awdry, illustrated by Richard Courtney. The sun comes up. Time for work. But Thomas does not want to work. He wants to race. Look out, Thomas! Crash! Down, down, down he falls. Thomas lands next to a lost pirate ship. Thomas meets Sailor John and his boat Skiff. They are looking for treasure. The sailor has a map. X marks the spot. They look and look. They do not find it. Marion finds the treasure. It will go in a museum. The sailor is angry. He steals the chest that night. Skiff and Thomas try to stop him. The chest is heavy. Skiff starts to sink. The sailor has to let the treasure go. Splash! Down, down, down it falls. The police take Sailor John away. The treasure is lost, but not for long. Divers haul it up from the deep. The treasure finds a new home. Skiff finds a new job. Skiff's railboat harbor tours. Thomas is as happy as can be. The Man Who Walked Between the Towers by Mordechai Gerstein. Once there were two towers, side by side. They were each a quarter of a mile high, 1,340 feet, the tallest buildings in New York City. A young man saw them rise into the sky. He was a street performer. He rode a unicycle. He juggled balls and fiery torches. But most of all, he loved to walk and dance on a rope he tied between two trees. He looked not at the towers, but at the space between them, and thought, what a wonderful place to stretch a rope, a wire on which to walk. Once the idea came to him, he knew he had to do it. If he saw three balls, he had to juggle. If he saw two towers, he had to walk. That's how he was. Hadn't he danced on a wire between the steeples of Notre Dame Cathedral, above his amazed home city, Paris? Why not here, between these towers? Of course he knew that, as in Paris, the police and the owners of the towers would never allow it. You must be crazy, they would say. You'd fall for sure. And so Philippe, that was the young man's name, began a plan to do it secretly. The buildings are not quite finished, he thought. Maybe if I dressed as a construction worker. Early on an August evening, he and a friend entered the South Tower. They got a 440-pound reel of cable and other equipment into the elevator, took it to the unfinished top 10 floors, and waited till nightfall when everyone had gone. Then they carried everything up 180 stairs to the roof. At midnight, on the other tower's roof, two more friends tied a thin, strong line to an arrow and shot it across to Philippe, 140 feet away. It missed and landed on a ledge 15 feet below the roof. Bad luck, thought Philippe. He crawled down to the ledge over the sparkling city and got the arrow. To its line he tied a stronger line, which his friends pulled back to their tower. To his end of the stronger line, Philippe tied the cable on which he would walk. It was 7/8 of an inch thick. His friends pulled the cable over to their tower, but it was so heavy that it slipped from Philippe's grip. The cable's middle plummeted toward the street, pulling the friends on the other tower to the very edge. Philippe, just in time, secured his end. It took 3 hours to pull the cable back up. Frantically, as the stars faded, they tightened it between the towers. It was past dawn before they were ready. Philippe put on his black shirt and tights. He picked up his 28-foot balancing pole. All his life he had worked to be here, to do this. As the rising sun lit up the towers, out he stepped onto the wire. Out to the very middle he walked, as if he were walking on the air itself. Many winds whirled up from between the towers, and he swayed with them. He could feel the towers breathing. He was not afraid. He felt alone and happy and absolutely free. A woman coming from the subway might have been the first to see him. "Look! Someone walking on a wire between the towers!" Everyone stopped and looked up. They gasped and stared. It was astonishing. It was terrifying and beautiful. A quarter of a mile up in the sky, someone was dancing. Police saw it too. Officers rushed to the roofs of the towers. "You're under arrest!" they shouted through bullhorns. Philippe turned and walked the other way. Who would come and get him? For almost an hour, back and forth, he walked, danced, ran, and knelt in a salute upon the wire. He even lay down to rest. The city and harbor spread beneath him. The sky surrounded him. Seagulls flew under and over. As long as he stayed on the wire, he was free. When he felt completely satisfied, he walked back to the roof and held out his wrists for the handcuffs. They brought him to court. The judge sentenced him to perform in the park for the children of the city. This he did happily, though during his performance some boys playing on his wire jerked it and Philippe fell, but caught himself. Now the towers are gone. But in memory, as if imprinted on the sky, the towers are still there. And part of that memory is the joyful morning, August 7th, 1974, when Philippe Petit walked between them in the air. Pout Pout Fish and the Can't Sleep Blues by Deborah Dyson. Pictures by Dan Hanna. Late one quiet evening in the inky ocean deep, Mr. Fish blub blubbed, Oh, I can't get to sleep. His mind was fizzy busy, and his fins were full of vim. Though he wanted to be dozing, there were 0 Z's for him. I can't drop into dreamland. I can't slide into snooze. I'm wide awake, it's hard to take the can't sleep blues. A sleepy voice spoke softly. Need some tips? Inquired Miss Clam. Just watch and see, and soon you'll be as drowsy as I am. Smooth your seaweed bedding, then imagine fluffy sheep. Count them 1 to 20, and then presto, fall asleep. Mr. Fish took the advice, but he couldn't catch a snooze. Miss Clam, I need more help, Miss Clam replied. Then a sleepy voice spoke softly. Here's an even better fix you will love, said Mr. Crab. All my get to sleep quick tricks. Just put on purple PJs and 5 or 6 orange socks. Then soothe your busy thinking on a pillow made of rocks. Mr. Fish took the advice, but he couldn't catch a snooze. Mr. Crab, what now? Mr. Crab replied. Then a sleepy voice spoke softly. Here is what I would suggest, guaranteed, said Mr. Eel, to yield a pleasant night's rest. First, ripple to the left, then ripple to the right. Next, swirl in a circle, swoosh, swoosh, nighty-night. Mr. Fish took the advice, but he couldn't catch a snooze. Mr. Eel, what's the deal? Mr. Eel replied. Then a sleepy voice spoke softly. For your slumber in the sea, here's a plan, said Mrs. Squid, that always does the trick for me. Just widen out your eyes and give 4 quick, tiny blinks. Then slowly close your lids, automatic 40 winks. Mr. Fish took the advice, but he couldn't catch a snooze. Mrs. Squid, more ideas? Mrs. Squid replied. Then Mr. Fish heard nothing, just a symphony of snore. He still couldn't sleep. He felt worse than before. I took all of their suggestions, which I followed to a T. Their methods worked for them, but they did not work for me. I don't know what to do. He sank down in the kelp. What good is good advice? It does not always help. Then a sparkly voice emerged. Mr. Fish, you're partly right. The voice was dear Miss Shimmers. Her smile was kind and bright. But take what you've been given and learn from what you've tried. Then build your own solution. Trust yourself as a guide. "The best advice of all," said Miss Shimmer to her friend, "is to learn what works for you and make your own special blend." With that, she said goodnight and departed from the scene. Now Mr. Fish was ready to create his own routine. "I'll settle in my spot. I'll smooth my seaweed bed. I'll smooch my snoozy snuggly, then I'll clear my busy head. I'll swoosh in gentle motion in the ocean wide and deep. I'll close my eyes, fins tucked in, and drift right off to sleep." Mr. Fish had tried his best to resolve his can't sleep blues. "Mr. Fish, how'd it go?" Mr. Fish replied, "The Pout-Pout Fish and the Worry-Worry Whale" by Deborah Dyson. Pictures based on illustrations by Dan Hanna. Mr. Fish was quite excited. There's a party to attend! With gift in hand, he headed out, then bumped into a friend. "Hello there, Willa Whale," he said. "We're off to the same place." But his friend did not look happy. There was worry on her face. "Is something wrong?" asked Mr. Fish. "I'd like to help if so." "It's the party," answered Willa Whale. "I don't want to go." "Is worry even bigger than a whale?" "I told them I was coming, but then I got to thinking of countless things that might go wrong. Now my tummy's sinking." "What if it's too crowded or no one wants to play? What if I feel out of place and don't know what to say?" Mr. Fish was understanding. "Sometimes I worry too. Worry tells us stories, but not all of them are true. So take a great big breath with me to soften worry's voice. Then pick one thing, just one, to try, a tiny little choice. Maybe worry isn't bigger than a whale." Willa thought this over. "I could go for just the start. If all my worries do come true, I know I can depart." With plan in mind, the two good friends continued on their way. Deep breaths and conversation helped keep worried thoughts at bay. Closer to the party, Willa's worries started churning. But then she heard, "You've got this," and she felt her calm returning. The place was loud and crowded, but she found a comfy space. She watched her friends and played a bit, less worry on her face. Maybe worry isn't bigger than a whale. Willa didn't talk a lot. She felt a little shy. But that's okay, she coached herself. I only have to try. When worries start bubbling up, she breathed and whooshed them out. "You're doing great," said Mr. Fish. It helped dispel her doubt. But all at once, her peace of mind upended in a burst. The time had come for singing, and my singing is the worst. What if I'm too squeaky, off-key, and awfully rude? What if I forget the words? What if I get booed? Worries growing bigger, even bigger than a whale. A flood of worried thinking cascaded through her head. It nearly overwhelmed her, but she made a plan instead. She turned and said to Mr. Fish, "I'm going to try one note. If I get stuck, I'll hum instead. I'll let the music float." So Willa tried. She sang her note. The voices joined as one, and Willa Whale enjoyed herself. This party has been fun. Worry tells us stories, but not all of them are true. So when worry swims inside me, there are things that I can do. I can find a friend to talk to, then breathe and make a plan, and choose a tiny step to take. Believe and know I can. Because worry isn't bigger than a whale. The Pout-Pout Fish, Far, Far from Home, by Deborah Dyson, pictures by Dan Hanna. Mr. Fish sent off for flyers, and he studied each location. Then he picked the perfect place for his very first vacation. Amazing sights to see, and only one day's journey there. So he planned and he prepped and he packed his bags with care. I'm a fish who'd like to travel. I'm a fish who'd like to roam. And I'm ready for adventure on my trip away from home. He started bright and early, feeling fresh and fishy fine. And his trip was going great. Till a flashing orange sign. "May I help?" asked a ray. "Do you need a local map? There's an easy way around it. You can be there in a snap." Mr. Fish said, "Thanks," and he started off anew. The route he maneuvered had a marvelous view. I'm a fish who loves to travel. I'm a fish who loves to roam. And I'm having an adventure on my trip away from home. He circled round the roundabout and soon was back on track. And his trip was going great. Till he reached for his snack. "May I help?" asked an eel. "Do you need a place to eat? There's a briny good diner on the very next street." Mr. Fish said, "Thanks," and he quickly found the place. Their flavorful creations put a smile on his face. I'm a fish who loves to travel. I'm a fish who loves to roam. And I'm having an adventure on my trip away from home. Refreshed and full of zest, Mr. Fish hit the road. And his trip was going great. Till a jarred his load. "May I help?" asked a crab. "Seems your luggage overflowed. There's a rest stop ahead, and we can re-secure your load." Mr. Fish said thanks, and they handled the repair. His day had been exhausting, but the end was nearly there. I'm a fish who loves to travel. I'm a fish who loves to roam, and I'm having an adventure on my trip away from home. He finally reached the lodge, found his room, and got unpacked. And his trip was going great till he saw what he lacked. "Oh, I really thought I brought it." And his heart beat faster. "I forgot my snoozy snuggly. My vacation's a disaster." "I don't like to travel, and I don't like to roam. This is not a great adventure. I just want to go home." He felt sad and dreary-weary. All his plans were falling through, but he'd come so far. Was there something he could do? He took a deep breath. It soothed his commotion. A thought reached out all the way across the ocean. "I miss you very much. I don't like that we're apart, but until we're back together, I will hold you in my heart." Feeling warm and snug with love, Mr. Fish fell asleep, and he woke the next morning with exciting plans to keep. His vacation was fantastic, full of happy and hurrah. What amusing things he tried! What amazing sights he saw! When his trip was finally over, he reflected on his stay, the things that he had learned, and who'd he met along the way. Not every single part of a trip goes swell, but the detours and the bumps are the trip as well. I'm a fish who loves to travel. I'm a fish who loves to roam, and I had a great adventure. Now it's nice to be back home. The Pout Pout Fish in the Big Big Dark by Deborah Dyson, pictures by Dan Hanna. A doozy of a drowsy made Ms. Clam yawn. Then a big current whooshed, and her pearl was gone. Mr. Fish swam forth. "Miss Clam, don't weep. I will find your pearl. That's a promise I'll keep." He swooped through the water, swishing close to the sand, and he eyed every inch of the busy bottom land. He found a mucky marble where he thought the pearl might be. Then a hidden voice whispered, "It's further out to sea." So he swam a little deeper, where the light grew dimmer. As his heart fluttered, Mr. Fish grew grimmer. "I'm fast as a sailfish. I'm strong as a shark, I'm smart as a dolphin, but I'm scared of the dark. He kept on searching all along the ocean floor, through a reef, through a wreck, swimming far from the shore. Mr. Fish felt a pout-pout poach on his hope. Then the whisper from before said, "It's down beyond the slope." So he swam a little deeper, where the light grew dimmer. As his heart fluttered, Mr. Fish grew grimmer. I'm fast as a sailfish. I'm strong as a shark. I'm smart as a dolphin, but I'm scared of the dark. A whirl of wriggly worms made a search team swirl, and they helped with the hunt for the yawn-gone pearl. But nothing was discovered. Mr. Fish felt despair. Then that soft voice whispered, "In the trench, check there." So he swam a little deeper, where the light grew dimmer. As his heart fluttered, Mr. Fish grew grimmer. I'm fast as a sailfish. I'm strong as a shark. I'm smart as a dolphin, but I'm scared of the dark. I won't keep swimming in this heap deep black. I know I made a promise, but this fish is heading back. Then a whisper, now familiar, whisked away his dread. "You can do it, Mr. Fish," her sweet voice said. Though there wasn't any light, not the smallest slim glimmer, Mr. Fish felt braver. Cheered on by Miss Shimmer. "Two are faster than a sailfish. Two are stronger than a shark. Two are smarter than a dolphin. Two are bigger than the dark." So they swam down together, holding fin to fin, when suddenly, amazingly, light shone in. Mr. Fish said, "Yes." Miss Shimmer shouted, "Yay!" There's Miss Clam's pearl. Hooray! Hooray! They smooched Mr. Lantern. Then they smiled as they swam, weaving back through the water to a happy Ms. Clam. The whole gang gathered, feeling glorious and proud, and they swam in a circle as they sang out loud. "The ocean is wide and the ocean is deep, but friends help friends, that's a promise we keep. We are bigger, yes, bigger, always big, big, bigger than the dark." The Thank You Book by Mo Willems. I have a lot to be thankful for. I had better get thanking. I'm going to thank everyone who is important to me. Everyone? Everyone! No way. You will forget someone. You will forget someone important. I will thank everyone. It will be a thank-o-rama. Wow. Off I go. Squirrels! Piggy! Thank you for your great ideas. Aw, shucks. Snake! Piggy! Thank you for playing ball with me. The pigeon! Thank you for never giving up. And I am sorry you do not get to be in our books. That is what you think. Thanking is nice, but you will forget someone. I will not. Mouse, birdies, rhino, hippo's big sister, barky dog, pelican, bear, hippo, worms. Thank you all for being great friends. Aww. See that, Gerald? I am a thanking machine. Piggy, you have forgotten someone important. Do not worry, Gerald. My next thanks will be a big one. Good. Thanks, Will. You are nice. So are you. Ice cream, penguin. Thank you for your ice cream. It is what I do. Piggy. Dr. Cat. Thank you for being a great doctor. You are welcome. Piggy. Brian Bat. Thank you for drawing with me. That was fun. Piggy! You are forgetting someone very important. Really? Oh, now I know who you are talking about. The flies! Thank you for cooking with me. Anytime, dude. Not the flies, Piggy. I cannot think of anyone else I have forgotten to thank, Gerald. Oops. I goofed. Thank you, Elephant Gerald. You are the best friend a pig could ever have. That means a lot to me, Piggy, but I did not think that you forgot me. Who did I forget to thank? Our reader. You forgot to thank our reader. You are right. Thank you for being our reader. We could not be us without you. You are the best. You did it. Great thanking, Piggy. Thanks to you. Yep, I am one lucky pig. Thomas and Friends, Thomas and the Ghost Engine. It was Halloween on the island of Sodor. The Fat Controller was going to have fireworks, and all the engines were very excited. Edward was telling the engines spooky stories while they waited for the fireworks to start. They say that on Halloween, a ghost engine returns to the smelter's yard looking for his lost whistle, said Edward. Spooky, said the other engines. Just then, the Fat Controller came into the shed. Thomas, Percy, and Duck, I have a special job for you, said the Fat Controller. I want you to collect some scrap from the smelter's yard tonight. On Halloween? Asked Percy, feeling scared. Don't worry, Percy, smiled the Fat Controller. You won't miss the fireworks. Percy isn't worried about missing the fireworks, teased Thomas. He's a scaredy engine. I am not, cried Percy, but he was a bit scared. Percy, Duck, and Thomas steamed off to the smelter's yard. Thomas teased him all the way there. When they arrived at the yard, all Percy could think about was the ghost engine. What's that up there? Said Thomas. Is it a ghost? It's just a piece of scrap, isn't it? Said Percy nervously. Thomas giggled. He was having fun teasing Percy. Careful the ghost engine doesn't get you, Thomas said to Percy as they did their work. There are no such things as ghosts, snapped Percy, though he wasn't feeling too sure. Duck felt sorry for Percy. Nobody's brave all the time, he said. Soon the job was nearly finished. Well done, said the yard manager. I just need one engine to stay and finish up. Duck wanted to pay Thomas back for teasing Percy. I'm sure Thomas wouldn't mind staying, said Duck. Of course not, puffed Thomas proudly. I'm not a scaredy engine. So Duck and Percy left Thomas all alone. As soon as Thomas was by himself, he started to feel scared. The smelter's yard was very spooky. There are no such things as ghosts, he said to himself. But he couldn't stop looking out for them. Thomas was so busy searching for ghosts, he didn't look where he was going. He ran into something that brushed against his face. Ghost fingers! Cried Thomas. Thomas was too scared to see that the ghost fingers were just some old chains. Help! Something's got me! Shouted Thomas. It's the ghost engine! And he raced away as fast as his wheels could carry him. Thomas steamed along the track. The ghost engine is after me! He cried. Back at the sheds, the other engines were waiting for the fireworks to start. It was naughty of Thomas to tease you, Percy, said Duck. He was only playing, said Percy kindly. I hope he hurries up. I don't want him to be late for the fireworks. Just then, Thomas rushed past at top speed. The ghost engine is after me! Wailed Thomas. Duck laughed and laughed. Thomas isn't as brave as he makes out, chuckled Duck. The fireworks were about to start, but Thomas still had not arrived. Where's Thomas? Percy asked. He'll miss all the fun. It would serve him right after all his teasing, said Duck. But Percy was worried. He went to look for his friend. Thomas was all alone in the shed. "Are you all right, Thomas?" asked Percy. "Yes, and I'm sorry I teased you," said Thomas. He felt guilty. Duck was right. We all feel scared sometimes, and we all have to say sorry sometimes, smiled Percy. "Come on, Thomas. We can watch the fireworks just as well from here." And so they did. Three Cheers for Kid McGear by Sherry Dusky Rinker and Ag Ford. One day at the construction yard, 5 friends are building, working hard. Flatbed drives into the site. Vroom, vroom! Her secret load is strapped down tight. The tarp comes off, and there, surprise! The crew cannot believe their eyes. 5 trucks stop and turn and stare at the tiny truck that's sitting there. Clean and shiny, all brand new, with lots of cool attachments too. Whoa, what kind of truck are you? With a scoop on her front end, she gives a turn, a twist, a bend, and vaults off flatbed in one swoop. Beep, beep, hello, she says, and greets the group. Wow, now who do we have here? I'm a skid steer, Kid McGear. I'm here to pitch in any way to help you guys get done today. I'm here to work, to have a turn. I want to join the team and learn. I'm the new kid on your crew, so is there something I can do? Kid, we have a huge job here. We have a ton of ground to clear. I think, kid, you are just too small to be much help round here at all. We have to move out yards of dirt. I'm worried that you might get hurt. I saw your trick. That's fancy stuff. But you don't look quite strong enough to jump in here and do your share. Maybe just stay over there. The trucks drive off to clear the land. No problem, guys. I understand. I'll help out some other day, Kid says as she turns away. The big trucks go back to working hard, clearing the construction yard. And then, honk! Suddenly, Kid hears a yelp. Emergency! Come quick! Come help! Screech! Kid stops and spins around, revs and heads right toward the sound. All the trucks start rolling fast, speeding toward the cliff, full blast. But Kid McGear goes turbo burst, and so she gets there fast and first. Working on a steep hillside, the trucks began to slip and slide. Now trapped in trees with mud and rubble, excavator's in big trouble. Bulldozer is in trouble too. But Kid McGear knows what to do. First, so that she doesn't slip, Kid puts on tracks so she can grip. She stops a moment, takes a look, and quickly grabs her grapple hook. In one smooth and steady swipe, she grabs a load of steel pipe. Support is needed to begin. Kid's power driver slams them in. With pipes all lined up in a row, Kid grabs a chain and gives a throw. Kid rolls downhill brave and sure and wraps each truck so they're secure. Kid's giant scissors, power shears, cut tangled limbs, then her blade clears. Now we need something, says the kid, to help make sure that they don't skid. Here, I'll dump this load of sand for traction on this slippery land. Kid rolls into each small space and pushes sand right into place. Then Kid sees a giant rock. It has bulldozer trapped and blocked. I'll jackhammer this to bits. And with a roar the boulder splits. Crane truck clears away the rubble, lifting each piece without trouble. Kid? Then excavator coughs. I think my track is falling off. Excavator shifts onto his scoop to pull his track out from the goop. Forklift on, lickety-split. Kid rolls down and fixes it. Working at full speed, non-stop. The chains tied to the pipes up top. Cement mixer, we need your weight. Hit low gear, stay strong and straight. Now everybody pull, Kid shouts. The others rev hard, helping out. Down there, you guys, start up and roll. We'll pull and tie to keep control. Soon, everyone's back on level land and can all get back to work as planned. I'm so glad you're all okay. And then Kid turns to roll away. But the big trucks start to cheer to show their thanks for Kid McGear. They shout 3 times, hip hip hooray. Kid McGear just saved the day. Please don't go, Kid. We hope you'll stay. Now Kid McGear has joined the crew, 5 old friends and someone new. 6 friends in the construction yard, big and small, all working hard. Each one greater than they seem because they're working as a team. Three Little Pigs. Kids Picture Storybook. Primary sources English fairy tales. Once upon a time, there was an old mother pig who had 3 little pigs and not enough food to feed them. So when they were old enough, she sent them out into the world to seek their fortunes. The first little pig was very lazy. He didn't want to work at all, and he built his house out of straw. The second little pig worked a little bit harder, but he was somewhat lazy too, and he built his house out of sticks. Then they sang and danced and played together the rest of the day. The third little pig worked hard all day and built his house with bricks. It was a sturdy house, complete with a fine fireplace and chimney. It looked like it could withstand the strongest winds. The next day, a wolf happened to pass by the lane where the three little pigs lived, and he saw the straw house, and he smelled the pig inside. He thought the pig would make a mighty fine meal, and his mouth began to water. So he knocked on the door and said, little pig, let me in, let me in." But the little pig saw the wolf's big paws through the keyhole, so he answered back, "No, no, no, not by the hairs on my chinny chin chin." So the wolf showed his teeth and said, "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down." So he huffed and he puffed and he blew the house down. The wolf opened his jaws very wide and bit down as hard as he could. But the first little pig escaped and ran away to hide with the second little pig. The wolf continued down the lane and he passed by the second house made of sticks. And he saw the house and he smelled the pigs inside, and his mouth began to water as he thought about the fine dinner they would make. So he knocked on the door and said, little pigs, let me in, let me in." But the little pigs saw the wolf's pointy ears through the keyhole, so they answered back, "No, no, no, not by the hairs on our chinny chin chin." So the wolf showed his teeth and said, "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down." So he huffed and he puffed and he blew the house down. The wolf was greedy and he tried to catch both pigs at once, but he was too greedy and got neither. His big jaws clamped down on nothing but air, and the two little pigs scrambled away as fast as their little hooves would carry them. The wolf chased them down the lane, and he almost caught them, but they made it to the brick house and slammed the door closed before the wolf could catch them. The three little pigs, they were very frightened. They knew the wolf wanted to eat them, and that was very, very true. The wolf hadn't eaten all day, and he had worked up a large appetite chasing the pigs around, and now he could smell all three of them inside, and he knew that the three little pigs would make a lovely feast. So the wolf knocked on the door and said, little pigs, let me in, let me in." "No, no, no, not by the hairs on our chinny chin chin." So the wolf showed his teeth and said, "Then I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down." Well, he huffed and he puffed. He puffed and he huffed and he huffed. Huffed and he puffed. Puffed, but he could not blow the house down. At last, he was so out of breath that he couldn't huff and couldn't puff any more. So he stopped to rest and thought a bit. But this was too much. The wolf danced about with rage and swore he would come down the chimney and eat up the little pig for his supper. But while he was climbing on the roof, the little pig made up a blazing fire and put on a big pot full of water to boil. Then, just as the wolf was coming down the chimney, the little piggy pulled off the lid and plop, in fell the wolf into the scalding water. So the little piggy put on the cover again, boiled the wolf up, and the 3 little pigs ate him for supper. Thomas and Friends, Toby in Trouble, based on the Railway series by Reverend W. Awdry. One cold, snowy day, Percy arrived at the quarry to collect some stone. Mavis was there, looking very glum. "What's the matter?" asked Percy. "I have to go backwards and forwards with a few trucks at a time. If I could go down Toby's line, it would be quicker, but the manager won't let me," grumbled Mavis. "You must put the trucks where he wants them, Mavis," replied Percy. But she didn't want to listen and started to make her own plans. Mavis wasn't meant to go down Toby's line, but one day she went anyway. She took the trucks up to the level crossing. "Next time, will you bump me at the level crossing?" she asked the trucks. Then it wouldn't look like it was her fault if she went along the line. When Toby arrived, Mavis had already gone back to the quarry, so he decided to shunt the trucks himself. As they reached the level crossing, Toby's brakes came on, but the trucks didn't stop. They remembered what Mavis had told them. "On! On! On!" they yelled. The snow was melting fast, and the river was high. The bridge had fallen, and the railway line was like a tightrope over the water. But the trucks kept pushing. "Stop! Stop pushing!" called Toby. Finally, Toby's wheels stopped, but he was already on the tightrope. Mavis heard what had happened. "Hold on, Toby!" she tooted. "I'm coming!" She pulled the trucks away and helped Toby to safety. "I'm sorry about the trucks," said Mavis. "How did you get them to stop?" Toby didn't know. He was just happy to be safe again. Later on, the Fat Controller arrived to check on Toby and Mavis. "Good job, Toby," he said. And I hear you did well too, Mavis. Mavis thought of Toby on the tightrope. She felt ashamed. It was my fault, sir, she said. But if I could come down Toby's line sometimes, he could show me what to do. A good idea, said the Fat Controller. Now Mavis is very careful, and she is becoming a really useful engine. Thomas and Friends, Treasure on the Tracks, as seen on King of the Railway, the movie. Based on the Railway series by the Reverend W. Awdry, illustrated by Richard Courtney. Bring the soap, bring the water, scrub, rinse, and repeat. The engines are squeaky clean. They are ready to greet a special guest. The guest is the Earl of Sodor. The Earl tells the engines about his special plan. He will rebuild the old castle. Thomas will help. Thomas and Percy chuff up the hill. The castle is old. The walls are broken. There is rubble all around. Thomas takes a closer look. It is not rubble. It is treasure. He finds armor. The Earl has a special engine. His name is Stephen. Stephen is old. He needs repairs too. Thomas brings Stephen to the steamworks. Clink, clang, clunk. Victor makes Stephen as good as new. Stephen wants to help. What job can he do? Some engines make repairs. Stephen cannot reach. Some engines carry cargo. Stephen cannot carry much. Some engines move stone. The stone is too heavy for Stephen. Stephen is sad. He chuffs off alone. Uh-oh, trucks are coming. Look out, Stephen! Crash! Thomas searches for Stephen. Stephen is safe, and he found something special. It is a king's crown. It belongs at the castle. The Earl gives Stephen his new job. He has the perfect job. He helps at the castle. Hooray for Stephen! Trick or Treat, Pout Pout Fish by Deborah Dyson. Pictures by Dan Hanna. Who's that ghost? Is it you, Mr. Fish? Maybe you're the goblin with tails that swish. Is it you in the mask? What a funny frowny face. Are you saying trick or treat as an astronaut in space? Who's at the helm of the spooky submarine? It's you, Mr. Fish. Have a happy Halloween. Truman, written by Jean Reedy, illustrated by Lucy Ruth Cummins. Truman was small, the size of a donut, a small donut, and every bit as sweet. He lived with his Sarah, high above honking taxis and growling trash trucks and shrieking cars, and the number 11 bus which traveled south. Truman never honked or growled or shrieked at anything or anybody. He was peaceful and pensive, just like his Sarah. One day, Sarah ate a big banana with her breakfast, clipped a blue bow in her hair, and buttoned up a brand new sweater. She strapped on a backpack so big 32 small tortoises could ride along in it, but 0 tortoises did. Sarah placed 7 green beans in Truman's dish, 2 more than usual. She kissed her finger and touched it to his shell and whispered, "Be brave." Then she left. Not to worry. She'd left before, and she'd always returned. But this time, that backpack was particularly big, and Sarah looked particularly pensive, and that banana, and that bow, and let's not forget about those extra beans. That's when Truman saw something he'd never seen before. Sarah boarding the number 11 bus going south. The bus roared away. Truman waited for Sarah to return. He waited and waited. He waited 1,000 hours, tortoise hours that is, until he could wait no longer. He would go after his Sarah. He would catch the number 11 south, even amid the honking and the growling and the shrieking, even if it seemed impossible. Bonk. That's when he noticed the rocks. 3 rocks that had always been there. Ordinary rocks that now seemed extraordinary. 1, 2, 3. And the arm of the couch, and the pillow propped just right, and that tall, tall boot, and the rug, that glorious, endless rug. Without Sarah, their home seemed vast and uncharted and unsettling. Truly unsettling. But perhaps most unsettling was that Truman could no longer see the taxis or the trash trucks or the cars or the number 11 bus. Which way was south anyway? Now the sun hung low like Truman's head and heart. Just then, and then, Vroom, screech, whish! Up floors and under doors. Truman heard it. A bus. It was time to catch the number 11 south, amid the honking and the growling and the shrieking. Yet standing there in that ray of light, Truman felt peaceful and pensive and brave. But just as he was about to slip under the door, through that opening barely the size of a small tortoise, Sarah! She spotted him shining like the sun. Truman! She cried. She scooped him up and said things like, "Oh my goodness, and you, and how did you ever, and amazing." Sarah kissed her finger and touched it to his shell and tucked him back safely in his tank, where he was peaceful and pensive and proud. And later, just before bedtime, she read him a story. Now Truman knew that one day soon he and his Sarah might travel south to see new sights and hear new sounds and think new thoughts together. We are in a book by Mo Willems. Thank you. Piggy? Yes, Gerald? I think someone is looking at us. Someone is looking at us. Who is looking at us? A monster? No. It is a reader. A reader is reading us. How is a reader reading us? The reader is reading these word bubbles. We are in a book. We are in a book? That is so cool. We are in a book. We are in a book. We are being read. We are being read. Oh, I have a good idea. I can make the reader say a word. You can make the reader say a word? I can, if the reader reads out loud. That is a good idea. That is a funny idea. Here I go. Ahem. Banana. Did you hear that? The reader said, banana. Oh, the reader said it again. Banana, so funny. Do you want to turn before the book ends? Ends? The book ends? Yes, all books end. When will the book end? I will look. Page 57. Page 57? It is page 46 now. Eek! Now it's page 47. This book is going too fast. I have more to give. More words, more jokes, more bananas. I just want to be read. I have a good idea. That is a good idea. Hello, will you please read us again? I hope this works. Me too. We Don't Eat Our Classmates by Ryan T. Higgins. Hey kids, you will never be eaten by a T-Rex. They are extinct. I promise. Penelope Rex was nervous. It's not every day a little T-Rex starts school. What are my classmates going to be like? Will they be nice? How many teeth will they have? This was very important. Penelope's mom bought her a new backpack with ponies on it. Ponies were Penelope's favorite because ponies are delicious. Penelope's dad packed her a lunch of 300 tuna sandwiches and 1 apple juice. Finally, the big day came, and Penelope Rex was very surprised to find out that all of her classmates were children. So she ate them because children are delicious. Penelope Rex, said Mrs. Noodleman, we don't eat our classmates. Please spit them out at once. So she did. It was not the best way to start school. Still, Penelope was determined to have a good first day. She tried hard to make friends at recess. She finger painted some of her best work. She even saved Griffin Emery a seat at lunch. You can sit here. Penelope started to notice everyone was making friends but her. It was lonely. When she got home, her dad asked about her first day of school. I didn't make any friends, Penelope cried. None of the children wanted to play with me. Penelope Rex, her father asked. Did you eat your classmates? Well, maybe, sort of, just a little bit. Sometimes it's hard to make friends, said her dad. especially if you eat them. You see, Penelope, children are the same as us on the inside, just tastier. That gave Penelope a lot to think about. The next day, Penelope tried really hard. But poor Penelope, she could not stop herself from eating her classmates. Mrs. Noodleman, Penelope ate William Amoto again. And they were all afraid of her. Except Walter. Walter was a goldfish. So Penelope tried to make friends with him. Will you be my friend? Chomp! Eee! Cried Penelope. He's eating my finger! Ah! Once Penelope found out what it was like to be someone's snack, she lost her appetite for children. She stopped eating her classmates, even when Cece Woodman spilled barbecue sauce all over herself. And soon Penelope made friends. Found you. Want a brownie? I helped make them. Now, even when children look especially delicious, she peeks at Walter and remembers what it's like when someone tries to eat you. And Walter, the goldfish, stares right back at her and licks his lips. Because dinosaurs are delicious. You Can Do It, Pout Pout Fish by Deborah Dyson. Pictures based on illustrations created by Dan Hanna. Mr. Fish was about to pout. Then he had an idea. It was a big idea. It was a fun idea. I can do it, said Mr. Fish. May I help? Asked Ms. Clam. No, said Mr. Fish. He did not need any help. May I help? Asked Mr. 8. No, said Mr. Fish. He did not need any help. May I help? Asked Mrs. Squid. No, said Mr. Fish. He did not need any help. He swam away. He worked, and he worked, and he worked. But his idea did not work. I can't do it, said Mr. Fish. Blub. He felt alone and sad. Yes, you can do it, said his friends. You just need a little help. Mr. Fish and his friends swam away together. They worked and they worked and they worked. Ta-da! What a great idea, said his friends. Mr. Fish smiled. What great friends, he said. No pout about it. You Matter by Christian Robinson. The small stuff too small to see. Those who swim with the tide and those who don't. The first to go and the last. You matter. When everyone thinks you're a pest? When something is just out of reach? When everyone is too busy to help? You matter. If you fall down? If you have to start all over again? Even if you are really gassy? You matter. Sometimes home is far away. Sometimes someone you love says goodbye. Sometimes you feel lost and alone, but you matter. Old and young. The first to go and the last. The small stuff too small to see. You matter.